Missing on Main Street, a honeypot mystery. Written by Sarah Hualde. Narrated by Jasmine Rose. Dedication. From my mom. She raised me on mysteries, music, and a whole lot of faith. Chapter 1. Holidays aren't happy for everyone. For many, a can of Spam and a bottle of spray cheese, eaten in peace, are more scrumptious than a fried turkey and a homemade green bean casserole. Ivy Hooper would have settled for old bologna on a crowded bus, rather than the Thanksgiving weekend she was enduring. Stunned on the front lawn of her grandmother's house, she hid behind the tractor mailbox as her stepfather launched projectiles at her head. She hunkered low, scrambling to scavenge her own belongings as she sobbed on the dry grass. She kept her secret close, almost long enough to escape. Discovered 4 weeks too soon, she was paying the price. Ms. Lana watched Ivy from the corner of her kitchen window as Mr. Hooper cussed and cursed at the 16-year-old girl. Ms. Lana, who lived next door, allowed Ivy to borrow her beat-up Beetle to drive to tutoring. In exchange, Ivy deep-cleaned the woman's house once a week. The eyes of her friend upon her, she could not bear to look into them, and wouldn't dare a risky plea for aid. She waited out the tirade. This wasn't the first time Hurricane Dawn had landed in her presence. She prayed it would be the last. There wasn't much left of her home, and what remained wasn't worth the effort to rebuild. She longed for one of her grandmother's photo albums, one containing snapshots of Ivy's mother. She thought of sneaking into the house once Dawn passed out. On Thanksgiving, it would be sooner than usual, but she couldn't take the chance, not even for one of her Mima's hand-sewn quilts. As Dawn withdrew, leaving the porch ravaged and rattling, Ivy spotted Ms. Lana squeeze her keys through the mail slot on her turquoise front door. She whispered, slipping a 20 into the offering, "Take it, and get out of here." Ivy rubbed her cheeks with shaking fists and snatched the keys and the money. She strained to show her gratitude with her eyes. Speech was impossible. "I know you'll bring it back when you can. Now go before he comes back out." The blue-haired girl curled into a crouch and duck-walked the sidewalk. Her laptop was in 2 pieces, but her cell phone seemed uninjured. Dawn wasn't thoughtful enough to toss out clothing or blankets or shoes. That would have been too helpful to his disgraceful mess of a stepdaughter. This exiling was a punishment, and he wanted the girl to experience every lashing. He could have done worse. Thank you, Jesus. Ivy slid into the driver's seat of the hot pink VW and turned the key. The motor sparked to life, sputtered, shaking off the cold of November. She put the car in gear and pulled from the curb, right as Don reappeared on the front steps for round 2. He tossed a beer can and a lit cigarette at the retreating car and then flipped off his next-door neighbor before returning to his couch. The VW's gas tank only showed a quarter full. Being a bug, this could get Ivy some distance from Lewiston and her angry relative. She doubted it could get her to Ashton, and Ashton was where she needed to go. Thankfully, in between Lewiston and Ashton, laid a respite for travelers, the tiny town of Pottersville. Nicknamed Honey Pot due to its circular shape and surrounding bee sanctuary, it was quaint and quiet. Ivy had a few friends in the town, none of which had the power or money to offer Ivy true help. Still, there was one lady who might comfort Ivy as she determined her next steps. It was a possibility, a dicey one. If your own stepfather can't tolerate your presence, what makes you think a near stranger will want to help you? Ivy choked on her own thoughts of self-hatred and washed it down with a small scrap of courage she still contained. She risked the rejection and headed west toward Honey Pot. "I told you so. I told you so. I told you so." Kat's conscience thrummed in time with the throbbing of her right foot. She knew Black Friday in the city wasn't for the weak. Still, She relented to the siren of savings and braved the grueling midnight drive. What was the object of her quest? Not a new TV. Not a laptop computer. Not a bike or a scooter. Not the latest must-have stocking item for her children. No. Kat Miller surged headstrong into the crowds for 20 yards of brilliant white organza. There were tiny angel costumes to create. She exited the craft supply store with one swollen bottom lip, a twisted ankle, and 3 broken toes. Behind a sterile gray curtain, she shifted her ice pack and fought to silence her inner voice. The Norco procrastinated, lazy to take effect, as Holly Jolly Christmas echoed from the nurse's station. Flora had Kat's children. Praise God she had made a deal with her before Thanksgiving. Flora would tackle Black Friday babysitting for a date night weekend in January. Meanwhile, the Miller munchkins were snugly tucked in tennis shoe sleeping bags, with hay fever mouths ajar and tiny rivers of drool seeping onto their pillows. Thaddeus Miller, Kat's husband, was already buttoning up his coat and heading off to work. He didn't realize his wife was sitting in an after-hours care clinic, 30 miles from home. Kat decided not to bother him with her troubles. He'd only repeat what her broken bones kept singing. I snagged us some coffee from the diner down the street. The coffee from the cart is vile. Happy teal and brown paper cups steamed in front of Lydia's chocolate brown eyes. She arrived coiffed and polished, wearing her huge pea coat over her flannel pajamas an hour after Kat's phone call. Your assailant seems to have vanished. The clerk from the craft store said she'd work with a sketch artist if you'd like. Kat shot tired eyes up at her friend's sarcastic smirk. The doctor says I can drive you home in a while. She chuckled and chugged her coffee. I'll come back later with Thad to pick up your car. Kat reclined further onto her paper-covered pillow. Lydia Everett always seemed one step ahead. Lydia listened to an audiobook as Kat faded and fell fast asleep to the sound of tires hitting road reflectors. Not a single car drove beside them on the road and daylight at least 2 hours away. Kat dreamed of the precious children of Honeypot, dressed in flowing white organza robes, fluffy angels' wings, and glittering halos. They sang carols and hymns in unity, bringing all 3 churches of their town together to celebrate baby Jesus. As they crescendoed in chorus, each turned hateful eyes upon her pew and scowled her way. She shrunk under their gaze. Their gorgeous attire morphed and changed. They were now frumpy and frowning in tinged bathrobes and last Halloween's fairy wings, still yellow despite the fresh bleaching of each. Fellow believers slammed their programs to the floor, trampling over her work, and stormed from the school auditorium. What have I got myself into? Even in sleep, Kat bemoaned her December to come. She spent the rest of Black Friday balled up on the couch, nursing her self-pity and angry ankle. The annual Miller cookie party was Saturday night. Through a drugged haze, she watched Lydia drag out the Miller's plastic tree. Jess and Sam arrived home, Kat didn't know when, and helped Lydia and Flora quick clean the living room. Unable to stand or imagine standing, pain meds always knocked her silly, Kat was helpless. She let her friends take over. A mixture of thankfulness and fretfulness overwhelmed her lucid moments. Less than 36 hours later, Thad smiled and greeted each guest with a mug of cocoa or coffee. Sam and Jess swirled in between adults, chasing their friends. Kat propped herself atop a bar stool in the breakfast nook, watched her company, and tried not to pout. This was not the way she'd envisioned the cookie party. It could have been worse. Flora smoothed her long skirt, flicking shortbread crumbs onto the rug. Lulu, the Miller's Jack Russell, swept the morsels up with her snout before a broom could claim them. Flora was a pessimistic optimist. She always seasoned her encouragement with a dash of realism. Not by much, Kat growled before sipping her cinnamon coffee. What happened to your attacker? I don't think you can call a blue-haired 70-year-old quilting addict an attacker. In this situation, Kat was probably the one at fault. If Kat hadn't been the only one mangled, the police may have arrested her. Lydia's eyes twinkled, imagining the mischievous geriatric crafter. Though the memory clouded from pain medication and anti-inflammatories, Kat recalled her crafting misadventure. She reasoned fighting anyone over a numbered ticket was ridiculous. Even if her nemesis had been accidentally knocking into any customer she could find who held a smaller number in line. Kat glimpsed the older woman as she plowed into number 53 with an armload of fabric, causing her ticket to fall. The con lady had then acted as the Samaritan and bent to collect the lost article, only to swap it with hers. When the number wasn't any better than her original ticket, she set her gray eyes on Kat. Kat had stood outside for 3 hours in November frost to get her place in line. Number 7 out of 98 was ideal. There was enough time to grab her bolts and hustle to the cutting tables before being called. Seeing the assault plan align in the elderly woman's gaze, Kat set her body straight and solid. She had underestimated her opponent's determination. The fragile female had backed her cart to the other side of the store, and when opportunity knocked, plowed full force over Kat's foot. Kat fell, mouth first, into the nearest stand of notions. Then, as she lay, unable to recenter, her molester had the gall to swipe the fabric bolt out of Kat's arms and snatch her ticket off of the floor. Victimized, Kat lamented on the dirty tile as Burl Ives sang over the speakers. It took 30 minutes before an employee noticed the wreckage and came to help her. Kat winced. Lulu, sensing her owner's distress, pawed at the bandaged foot. Lydia shooed the dog away and perched on the stool beside her friends. "Hobo Joe should be here soon," she announced. "I spotted him locking up 3 Alarm Coffee on the drive over." "Yum! I hope he brings peanut butter fudge." "I thought you'd sworn off sugar." Flora shrugged. "Only during the busy season," she reaffirmed. "It messes with my sleep schedule. I don't have another baby due until March." Flora Brandes ran Baby Belly Boot Camp. She taught birthing and breastfeeding classes, new mother nutrition seminars, essential oil parties, and was the resident doula of Honey Pot. The tiny town hosted only 2 doctors. The closest birthing center was in Ashton, 30 miles away. Honey Pot babies were often born at home, with Dr. Lawrence and Flora present. Those with a pre-existing need of surgical services stayed in the home of Bellamy Mott, the preacher of Ashton's Church of Christ. Most of Flora's customers came full term, from July 20th until November's end. Winters in Pottersville lacked out-of-doors entertainment. The city roads were too long and icy to travel in frivolity. With the Hurley baby born 1 week early, Flora's nights were free and uninterrupted. "March? Who's due in March?" Lydia scanned the party. She delighted in pregnant tummies and newborn baby smell. Her only daughter wasn't interested in marriage, yet. In fact, she had sworn off dating in exchange for growing into a missionary. Joan graduated 2 Junes ago and flew off to Africa in September. Mama Lydia had been brimming with pride, but was now bursting with boredom. Her baby love had grown more obvious in the last 2 months. Since Joan's departure, Lydia, overeagerly, squeezed and sniffed all the new babies Autumn had brought to the BFF Christian Church. "You know I can't tell you that." It must be a first-timer, or else she'd be showing already. Their eyes scanned every nearby female abdomen. "Why don't you have another baby?" Flora questioned. "I'm too old for that." "Oh yeah, I forgot. You're ancient." Kat nudged Lydia's elbow. "You're only a year older than me. Smart woman, you had your babies young." Lots of women are having their first babies into their 40s. Well, not this one. I've already graduated my girl. Loved every minute. But I don't think I'll be starting all over again. When are you leaving to see Joan? I pick up my passport on Monday, and we take off that Friday. 1 more week of tutoring, and I'm off for 2 months. Ethan doesn't start vacation until the Thursday before. Her face shining with excitement and delight, Lydia looked over at her husband. It's the best present ever. I was so worried when Joan told us she didn't feel free enough to leave the orphanage for Christmas. I'm so proud of her, but I miss her. And I can't stand the thought of having an empty house on Christmas morning. Ethan would be there. You're right. But it's not the same. Just one present in the hands of a kid, your kid, no matter their age, makes it all magic. Kat looked around the room. She counted all the families without children in her mind. Did they have empty nest Christmas syndrome? She thought it would be lovely to have the morning to her own routines, to celebrate in her own way. She and Thad would cuddle on the couch, watch cheesy movies, drink spicy coffee, nap and enjoy the day. No shrill, shrieking morning wake-ups. No fighting over the last candy cane on the tree. No counting presents and checking for fairness. Just being quiet at Christmas. Flora searched the room, only to find her eldest, Eloise, sulking and sitting on the stairs. Her heart deflated at her daughter's new emotional state. Her cheerful, charitable girl was now sunken and snappy. Without noticing, Flora teared up. Quick as caffeine, her friends covered her hands with theirs. She's just growing up so quickly. Kat's eyes widened at the increasing waterworks. Flora was not afraid of feelings, but she never fell apart. Her head planted on Lydia's shoulder, and Lydia patted her. Boobs and bras. The blubbering began with no sign of stopping. Kevin, Flora's husband, eyed his wife's distress from across the room. He asked for the scoop, and Lydia replied with a subtle shrug and a thumbs up. He shook his head and glanced toward Eloise. Something more was going on between Flora and her daughter. Hey-o, I'm here! The door swung open, letting in a loud, disheveled man and the wind that spiked his gray hair. And I brought fudge. Flora snuffled and bolted into a pounce. Thank heaven for Hobo Joe! She was up and serving a piece of fudge to her own face, first, then to the rest of the party. Well, that's interesting. Lydia snickered and helped Kat hobble after their manic friend toward the new tray of goodies. It was Hobo Joe's fudge. It would not last long. The first night was miserable. Beyond miserable. Almost intolerable. Ivy was too cold to sleep. She balled up into her sleeping bag, one of Ms. Lana's emergency winter supplies. No amount of wrapping warmed her enough to rest. She drove around the town circle, blasting the heat and hoping the gas would last. A cop car emerged from the station. Assuming he was after her, Ivy drove toward the nearest public building, a church. Wasn't the Lord's house open at any time? She reasoned, still shivering. The police car ignored her as she pulled into the parking lot and turned off the engine. She relaxed, relieved, but not for long. The bug wouldn't restart. It left her stranded outside the Bailey Family Fellowship church building, with no heat. Panic fluxed through her young body. She couldn't stay huddled in the car. She'd freeze. In her desperation, she circled the dark building and found entry in a small office window. She landed, hard, on the borrowed sleeping bag she'd squeezed through the window before shoving herself inside. The impact jarred her teeth and sent shockwaves of nausea through her belly. She lay on the thin carpet, scared and alone, praying someone would come to her aid, all while begging to stay hidden. Lord, what am I going to do? Chapter 2. Work was exhausting. Wonderfully exhausting. Rewardingly exhausting. Now, with the bulk of her duties over, Flora had the time and energy to focus on her family. Instead, she spent most of her morning worrying. She hosted lactation classes for love offering payments, a gift she gave enthusiastically, but a gift that didn't pay many bills. This was Christmas, and bills were plentiful. Kevin's work was going great, but small-town living equaled small-town bank accounts. There wasn't much wiggle room. Debts like health and car insurance always seemed to come due right before the holidays. In an average year, at least one baby in town came full term between Thanksgiving and Christmas Eve. Many stuffed stockings depended on the birth of her holiday baby. Not this year. Mrs. McCoy wasn't due until March. She had a habit of baking her babies for 2 weeks longer than everyone else. Flora flicked a pencil across the kitchen table. She hated thinking of her job in monetary terms. Her small hands welcomed life into the world. They gave mothers the opportunity and tools to create their own birth story. Flora delighted in her work. She felt compelled and called to it. Like the midwives of Exodus, she did her utmost to keep mothers and their babies safe. For the joy of service and the rush of witnessing a birth, Flora labored. She chewed her bottom lip. Traditionally, this was a peaceful time, a happy time. She could get past this. Footsteps behind her brought her back to the present. The sun peeked through the curtains in her kitchen. In Pottersville, in November, that meant it was 10 a.m. She forced on a happy face before spinning around to greet Eloise. "Hey, Sugar Bear. How are you doing today?" "Whatever." Flora didn't realize whatever was part of Eloise's vocabulary. She screened any new shows Ellie may have watched. The 12-year-old skid her slippers toward the refrigerator, opened the door, huffed, shut the door, huffed, and reopened it. "What do you need, Ellie?" Flora stood ready to help stir up a family-style breakfast. Better late than never. "Something to eat. That's why I'm at the fridge. Duh." "What was that?" Flora shook her head, confused by the situation. "Let's try that conversation over again." Shocked by the snap in her own voice, Flora tried to soothe the situation with a soft smile. "Never mind. I won't eat." Attitude abounding, Eloise retreated to the laundry room and rummaged through the dryer. What is going on with my girl? Flora mentally recalculated the last months, looking for some sign of trauma or some inexcusable offense inflicted on Eloise. None stood out. She scanned the library of parenting and child development books she'd devoured over the years. She searched for warning signs of abuse, visible scars of bullying. Again, nothing. Puberty. It must be. Eloise returned from the dryer with a random armful of laundry. "None of these are mine." She tossed them onto the couch. "Well, don't just leave them there. Pick them up, put them in a basket. Better yet, fold them and put them away." "They're not mine." The preteen set her jaw and stormed around the living room before retreating to her own room. It took every morsel of strength for Flora not to hunt down her daughter and demand an excuse for her outburst. She swigged her herbal tea, shocked by its tepid distastefulness. Her stomach roiled and retched. Stupid fudge. Swallowing down acid, Flora took another drink of her tea, only to repeat the episode. Her plans for the day didn't include fighting with her daughter. She whispered a prayer for strength and discernment. A shower is what she needed now. Steam calmed her burdened shoulders as splatters of soap and water drowned out the sounds of her sobs. Returning downstairs and feeling refreshed, Flora was greeted by the patter of Eden and Ever smuggling sugary cereal. By the mess on the table, this wasn't their first helping. Again, she calmed herself and prayed, "I will not fight with my children today." She pulled a bowl down and joined the feasting. 2 bowls later, with a headache brewing, she hustled all 3 kids into her GMC and headed to the church building. I used to think sheep were sweet. Kat massaged her wrist and her neck and the small of her back. I don't anymore. Flora measured another first grader and noted the important details. Was that the last one? Yes, praise God. The haphazard seamstress stood and stretched. I don't see how we'll get through all these costumes without Lydia this year. She sews? Nope, but she buys the coffee. Lydia awaited her last student of the season. She peered out of her window toward the street and waited for Ivy Hooper to walk up her drive. Homeschool Mama Lydia had been ecstatic when Joan graduated. Her hard work and the Lord's everyday mercies had blessed mother and daughter with a wonderful relationship and a mutually evolving education. As she taught her daughter, Lydia learned things she'd never heard of in government schools. She had the time to dive deeper into heady studies and practice until she'd mastered her subjects, alongside her only pupil. Joan's absence equaled extra time on her hands, and little to do. When Ethan suggested she start a tutoring service, she jumped right in. Her community was small and on the lower end of middle income. She charged low fees and sometimes worked for free. Ivy was a pro bono case. She lived between Pottersville and Lewiston. Instead of dropping out of school after passing 8th grade, the state's required minimum, Ivy opted for independent study. The school district set her up with a laptop and cheap internet access. In her sophomore year, she was struggling to pass the basic exams. Ivy's grandmother, Ms. Annie Bell, searched out help for her youngest family member. She noted Lydia's business card on the community board at 3 Alarm Coffee and called to negotiate a fee. Lydia never expected such a troublesome yet determined pupil to melt her heart. Lydia cared for Ivy, thus the last-minute tutoring session, 4 days before her big trip. Ivy was late, which wasn't unusual. 2 hours late, however, was. Lydia texted her student. No reply. She called her, but flew straight to voicemail. Maybe Ivy was choosing to start her own holiday break earlier than expected. Though Ivy was normally polite enough to respond to repeated texts. Lydia still needed to drive to Lewiston. Her passport appointment was at 3. She tried reaching her student once more, with no luck. I'll swing by Ivy's house before heading home, she mused before grabbing her purse and driving away. Doula documentation was a milestone in each working month. Flora's ritual gave her peace, perspective, and purpose. Her favorite tea service set before her, its belly full of green tea and honey, centered her attention. Armed with her journal, she set her timer and prayed for focus. She scribed every birth story on selected stationery. Her last baby delivered early Thanksgiving morning. She'd visited Mrs. Hurley once since the birth, and tomorrow she'd be returning. Mrs. Hurley was a pro. She was the mother of 5 under the age of 5. Her boys, being twins, were the terror of the playground and the basis of many late-night doctor visits. Mrs. Hurley knew the ins and outs of childbirth and nursing. Flora needed only to check in via texts and phone calls. She signed her name to the journal with a calligraphy flourish. She tucked in the USB drive, which contained photos and a medical minute-by-minute accounting of the delivery. Flora preferred her more poetic point of view of the birth. She gave her mothers both. Her children gathered around the table beside her, each working on a craft or reading a book. The sliding glass door, flecked in a soft frost, hinted at the chilly winter to come. Ever gazed at the windows and then pleadingly back at his mother. She smiled and sighed. How she loved her family. Okay, you may light the fireplace. The 11-year-old leapt to his feet with a whoop and tripped over his man-sized slippers. Be careful. Do it as your father showed you. The boy, though too excited to contain his giggling, worked to pay proper heed to each step of his task. His sisters watched on, one impressed, the other annoyed by his joy. Flora prayed over Eloise. Still no revelations peaked. just the grace to have patience and continue to press on. She asked for more, but contented herself with no fighting. Eloise, however, wanted nothing more than a toe-to-toe with her mother. "How come he gets to light a fire? A fire, Mom? But I can't even get a Facebook account?" Flora shook her head and shrugged. "You want a Facebook account?" This was news to Flora. She strove to keep her voice soft and lacking condescension. She failed, but gave it a great effort. "Who doesn't? All the kids in Sunday school have one, except me, like I'm some baby." She slammed her book to the table, causing tea to slosh over the edge of her mother's china cup. Flora scooted her work to the driest corner of the table. "They do?" Flora asked in even calmness. Eloise rolled her eyes with such forcefulness her head circled with them. "First, let's work on your tone. We can talk this over, but you need to calm your voice." Eloise shoved her chair back and stomped from the room, muttering accusations of unloving leadership and an ever-present spirit of meanness at her mother, without face-to-face combat. Her door slammed before Flora could process the scene. Eden, the littlest, selected a new gel pen and interjected wisdom of the ages. "Women, they never just say what they want. They have to make you feel guilty about not figuring it out on your own." Flora rubbed her neck. "You understand you're a woman, too. Where did you hear that anyway?" Mother questioned her daughter. "Sheesh, everyone knows that." "It's true, Mom," echoed Ever from the glow of the freshly kindled fire. "Jesus, help me." Flora didn't bother to keep her words to herself. It would take heavenly forces to sort the drama out, and Flora hated drama. "A quiet word turns away wrath. But what holds back insanity?" "You can't argue with crazy," Eden quipped. "Or mothers." Ever snatched his book from the table and returned to the light of the fireplace. Flora needed to handle these outbursts before her whole family's retorts drove her to her wits' end. She stuffed the last of her raisin treat into her mouth, silencing the frustration, and regretted it. Flora charged up the stairs and knelt before her toilet, forgetting to lift the lid. Vomit splattered all over the bathroom. "You made Mom puke," Eden sang and ran around the master bedroom chanting and skipping. "Use some of that amazing energy and get me a clean towel, please." Flora sat, sticky and stinky, stomach acid burning her knuckles. Stress did strange things to her, so did confrontation. Ever tossed a fresh, white, decorative towel past his mother's head and straight into the pile of bile. Flora sobbed and started her shower. Mrs. Hurley would have to wait one more day for her paperwork. Kevin returned from work to a blackened hearth, a complete absence of firewood, 2 children watching VeggieTales, 1 daughter lying at the foot of the master bed, and his wife heaped atop her pillows with a wash rag on her neck. The smell of peppermint, ginger, and black licorice invaded every corner of the house. The essential oil kit was open on the bedside table. "I did this," Eloise whimpered. "You did not." Flora's gentle words did little to ease the tension as she caressed her daughter's arm. "How long has she been in bed?" Kevin squeezed his daughter's shoulder and patted her neck. "A while. We had a fight and she barfed. She hasn't been up since." "I'll take over. Go on downstairs. Get your brother and sister a snack. We'll figure out dinner later." The girl left. Kevin sat beside his wife. "A fight?" "Ha! It was an attack against an unarmed civilian." She rolled toward Kevin and rested her head on his knee. "I don't know what's happening with her, but the pressure is giving me migraines." "I thought we got rid of those." "Me too. I tried to get up several times, only to get dizzy and nauseous." Kevin resituated the cool rag and brushed a comforting hand through Flora's dark blonde curls. He admired a silver thread. He liked Flora's gray strands. He called them victory streaks. Flora herself was less impressed by them, but appreciated her husband's ability to make her feel beautiful.
Should I do anything about Ellie tonight?
Careful not to induce spinning, Flora shook her head. Just let it go for now. She's remorseful and has been looking after me all afternoon. Just pray for her, and for me. I can't be a weakling when she needs me the most.
On it, boss. Before I go, what was the fight about?
She wants a Facebook account. Kevin laughed as he kissed his wife. He pulled a sheet up to her chin, switched the light off, and headed toward the living room. There was still a family to feed. Chapter 3. Her calendar was a brain dump minefield. Appointment stickers overlapping and Sharpies covering them. Only Kat deciphered the insanity. Even her mind rebelled against the cluttered days and events to come. The first official Christmas pageant meeting had plagued her waking hours for weeks. After the craft store debacle, the whole thing sprouted darkening undertones. She almost heard the warnings of a nefarious pipe organ every time she thought about Christmas. Sam, Jess, where are you guys? Keys in hand, she stalked up and down the stairs, hunting her reluctant children. The garage door peeked open, revealing a sheepish Sam. Mom, you already sent us to the car. Did you grab your backpacks? Down she fell, pivoting on her injury without thought and crashing onto the couch. Sam rushed to his mother. I'm fine. Just a ding-dong. Let's go. 15 minutes early, Kat waited outside the fellowship hall. Bailey Family Fellowship Christian Church was never desperate for activities or club meetings. The BFF Quilting Club tucked away their thread and hoops. It would be a while before they exited the room. Kat's nervous shifting drew Sister Jackie's attention. Jackie was the head of the Quilting Club, the Caring Crocheters Club, and the Muffins for the New Mother's Ministry. Jackie handed off a square to her partner in crime, Sister Renee, and hustled in Kat's direction. Uh-oh, she's not wearing her happy face. Kat jumped. Her own anxiousness distracted her, and she had not heard Flora's approach. Definitely not. The double doors pushed open, propelling Sister Jackie into her prey. Have you been taking fabric from the craft closet? Way to sugarcoat it. Kat admired Sister Jackie's directness. She despised small talk. The handicrafter's frankness was legend throughout Pottersville. It was a wonder to witness, but not a thrill to receive. No, you left donations on the stage, just as we agreed. Thanks for them. Always trying to diffuse any negativity before a situation arose, Flora interjected with a smile, which both women ignored. Well, I don't know. Sister Jackie tapped her foot near Kat's healing toes. We're missing 2 quilts. Finished ones at that. Have you checked with the Compassion crew? Deacon Andrew and Amy were looking for blankets for the youth mission. Jackie waved an arthritic hand at the suggestion. I already gave them theirs. We're a week away from the senior center Christmas. There are 10 new residents. We need 10 new quilts. There are only 8 in the closet. I know nothing about that. I keep our families away from any of the other rooms as best as I can, and I only take what you've given me. The foot-tapping intensified. I realize they're a lot of work, but couldn't you just replace the missing ones? What are you working on right now? The sound oozing from the seamstress's mouth concerned her listeners. Was the woman choking or just that disgusted with Kat's suggestion? It was impossible to tell. We don't just piece together our quilts. We plan them for each individual. We pray over them, and each woman contributes her particular skills on each finished product. These quilts we're working on now are for spring. They don't have the appropriate color schemes nor batting for winter months. I haven't seen any wayward quilts. What do they look like, just in case I stumble upon one? Mr. Patterson's is mainly green, with a flying geese pattern. There are geese on his quilt? Don't be stupid. Flying geese is the pattern in which the fabrics are blocked. The main color theme is green. The prints are buck silhouettes and pine trees. Mrs. Brewster's quilt is pale pinks and blues with a crossword puzzle fabric. I'll do what I can. I'm busy myself, but I'll keep on watch. Sister Jackie sniffed, smiled, and sauntered toward her awaiting club members, leaving the doors to the fellowship hall swinging in her wake. Prayer time, and then we go inside. Flora clapped and guided all 5 children into the nearest Sunday school room. Lydia set out to answer a random inner nudging. She needed a check on her favorite student before leaving the country. Seeing Ivy would set her mind at ease and allow her to travel without misplaced worry hovering over her heart. Once at the rundown house, Lydia rang the bell, knocked on the screen, and peeked through the window. There was no sign of Ivy Hooper. Even Ivy's little pink car was absent from the street. Crumpled beer cans littered the porch swing. An eerie sense of worry hollowed her stomach. The sensation amplified when she spotted a midnight blue Honda patrolling the block. She'd waited through 5 rotations, heartbeat increasing with each pass. Though she was running late for the pageant panel, she couldn't make her body move from the porch. However, on the 6th turn, Lydia saw the driver slow in front of Ivy's house. When he hit the corner, she launched off the steps, jetted to her car, and raced as quickly as possible to the highway. Paranoia knotted at her shoulders as she drove like a crazed teenager back to her sleepy hometown. Christmas pageant discussions were docile, but there had been years where they had instigated near uprisings. They kept children out of the planning and political side of Christmas. Kat wished the same was true for her. When Pastor Dean asked for volunteers, 3 Sundays in a row, with no responses, Kat decided to step in. Thad disagreed with the choice, but only half-heartedly. What would Christmas in Honeypot be without a pageant? He pondered aloud one night as the couple snuggled on the couch to enjoy a police drama. Kat had boosted herself up on dark chocolate and Christmas cheer before walking into Pastor Dean's office. It's a huge undertaking, he stated, guiding Kat to a comfy leather chair. It's not one that will be easy, nor will it be easy on family life. It fills up the calendar the instant the season starts. We homeschool. We work around crazy scheduling every day. Pastor Dean's eyes were kind with a questioning and half-hidden sadness. Kat now understood the reason behind such emotions. I'm aware you homeschool. A lot of our members do. What I'm suggesting is that you take the next few days and consider. Christmas is a season for family and reflection. I strongly believe a couple should undertake this task, one without school-age children. Challenge accepted. Kat heard her heart rebel, but disregarded it. She was not only going to sign up for this mission, she would crush it. Not to worry, we're good. It's not just our congregation involved. Many of the Church of Christ members attend and take part. Several school children from Bailey Elementary want to join the fun. You have to schedule around all the other seasonal honeypot activities. Kat realized all these facts. She lived here for years. Her family helped with the pageant for the last 3. She scoffed at her naivety as she stood before the pageant committee. Discussions covering costuming, the history of Christmas, instrumental music, raged and subsided. It was time to announce the stars of the play, Mary and Joseph. These, customarily, went to the planner's children. Kat had the qualifying genders in her household. However, only one of them did not suffer from extreme stage fright. That left Mary, the coveted role. Out of hospitality and community, Kat set herself the goal of encouraging a girl from the Church of Christ to be Mary. The girls lined up awaiting approval and hoping to make the cut. Flora watched, attentive to Kat's distress. Each girl received a number, and each girl took turns explaining why she wanted the role. Kat had taken Lydia's advice and assigned the judging to a panel. Hobo Joe, Pastor Dean, Preacher Steve from the COC, Principal Diane from Bailey L., and Lydia, who was late, made up the panel. Waiting for tardy Lydia, the girls, all under the age of 11, shifted on their toes and whined in turn. One red-haired girl erupted into tears and exited the line in a whirlwind of arm flailing and sobs. Flora tamed the rest of the crowd by handing out completed practice schedules and appropriate costuming. "Shouldn't there be more angels?" one mother interjected. I mean, 10? It's supposed to be a throng of angels rejoicing, not a handful of angels. Angel rolls went to the shy and the young. Most angels were freshly potty trained, and only half of them ever made it all the way down the aisle to stand before the shepherds. Kat felt Flora's wince as her glance flickered her direction. Well, we only have 10 costumes. Make more. There are a lot of families with preschoolers. They all deserve to take part. Fabric costs money. Costumes take time. A tumble of boxes behind the baptismal overshadowed Flora's soft-spoken consolation. What was that? Lydia asked as she slid into her seat beside Pastor Dean. Her errand had drained her and made her jumpy. Kat's wicked stink eye at her tardiness calmed Lydia instead of shaming her. Stop with the drama. She chided herself and recalibrated her focus. The craft closet needs organizing. Flora laughed from across the room, then continued consoling the complaining mother. Can't they wear bathrobes? Kat cringed at the mother's snarky suggestion. She recognized his gaze on her neck. The darkened theater wasn't dark enough for her to hide inside. Her feet wouldn't keep still. They twitched and shook, aching to run, but they had no place to go. She inched lower into her seat. A movie was such a good idea. Ivy purchased her matinee ticket and soaked in the theater's warmth during the first feature. Halfway through the third showing, she noticed the lurker. Investigating the theater, Ivy counted 15 other patrons. Everyone was under 18 and either consumed with the plot or flirting with their date. None of them would be any help. The crowd wasn't large enough to blend into. Ivy felt the man behind her move up a section. Her stomach lurched as she swallowed a scream. Her nails clawed into the padded armrests. A heated breath brushed her neck. She froze. Hey! A voice whispered as someone slid into the seat beside her. Ivy shot from her seat. Still 2 rows behind her, the stranger skulked. Everyone in the room stared at her. Sit down! Emily Pryor held her index finger to her lips. She smiled at her friend. Ivy settled back into her seat. Emily wrapped her arms around Ivy, hugging her. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I spotted you from the back and thought you'd like company. A whoosh of relief in the form of an exaggerated exhale shoved itself from Ivy's mouth. She fought the urge to toss herself in her friend's lap and cry. Her wariness was making her friend nervous. She forced a smile and hugged the girl back. I'd love company. Having a friend so close soothed Ivy. She relaxed and rubbed her rumbling stomach. Emily shared her milk duds and soda. Ivy gratefully savored them, almost able to forget her troubles. Too soon, the comfort ended with the film, and Emily left with her ride. Though she couldn't see him, Ivy knew the watcher was still close by. She walked out with a group of teens and hurried to her car. The dark parking lot thinned as vehicles retreated to Main Street. Ivy turned the key to the VW, with only noise and grinding in response. Snow drifted onto the car's hood. Ivy shivered and pulled her jacket tighter across her chest. She turned the key again. Nothing. Ivy observed the last patron drive away as a shadow slithered across her windshield. It took 2 hours for Hannah Carson to be appointed the new Mary. The committee agreed that instrumental music during the play would be fine, but there would be only a cappella during the singing of hymns. Communion would be offered in the prayer room for all those who wanted to partake, but not forced upon those it may offend. The same routine, cemented and agreed upon, making each party happy to take part without defying their personal beliefs. Molly's farm would donate 10 bales of hay, and the use of 2 sheep and 1 miniature horse, instead of a donkey. The only change was a minor one. 15 bathrobed angels would grace the pageant, much to Kat's torment. Her quilting cotton robes would wait for another year. She locked up the church and sat in her minivan. Her children rode home with Thaddeus. He refused to allow the Christmas pageant to take over family life. Kat was not as focused. Not even December yet, and she had ditched her children twice to work on the play. Her foot pounded. She popped some ibuprofen, followed by a shot of stale, cold coffee. Pain meds of any kind made her loopy. But she would be home long before these took effect. The roads were dark and wet. Pulling away from the church building, she noted a light on the upper floor, twinkling. She must have left a light on. Before she turned her car around, the light shut off. Pastor Dean's working late again. Chapter 4. Ethan was away at work, getting last-minute paperwork sorted, doing double duty. He planned to be on vacation a day earlier than scheduled. He wanted a day to enjoy his wife, he'd told Lydia as he left the house. Whatever that means. She couldn't help pondering his words as she packed her carry-on luggage. Getting everything organized early kept Lydia from snapping at everyone around her. She'd learned this as a young mother. At 19, with a 1-month-old and a still newlywed husband, she planned a weekend away. A weekend she scrimped and saved for, and then sabotaged by screeching at her husband on their anniversary. All because she packed her pre-baby swimsuit instead of her new one-piece. Married life proved to suit her. Motherhood had adorned her like a crown, molding and shaping her into a strong woman of God. She learned humility and patience and true joy as she discovered the richness of the Father's love for her by loving a child of her own. Becoming pregnant on their honeymoon had not been in their grand plans, but Ethan and Lydia had grown closer in camaraderie, raising their daughter. Now that Joan was out of the house, Lydia felt frumpy and ancient. Meanwhile, Ethan grew friskier and aged backwards. A part of Lydia hoped empty nester life would pull them together as partners and calm Ethan down. Another part envied his youthfulness and wished she could jump into his frivolity. Using all the courage she could scavenge from her teenage self, she tucked a secret into her husband's luggage. A lacy blue nightie hid beneath Ethan's favorite gray polo shirt. She shut and locked the suitcase before she could change her mind. The house phone shrieked. Lydia startled as if someone would discover her shenanigans. The ringing continued as Lydia hurried downstairs to her kitchen, home to the landline. "This is Lydia," she greeted out of breath. Only breath replied. Lydia listened for the automated click, signaling a telemarketer's computer was picking up the line. Instead, a male voice cursed at her before hanging up. Angry and bewildered, she replaced the phone and shook her head. "Kids," her mouth said out loud, while her mind drove a familiar blue car around her own block. Her next task, after packing, meant dropping off donations for Mission Youth House. Joan emailed a list of items for the charity to Lydia. In the same email, she'd explained her need to stay in Africa through Christmas. Her favorite black leather jacket sat atop the box, an omen of the heart changes happening to her little girl. God was on the move. It was a marvel to witness, and a sadness not to take part in. But Christmas was coming, and this Friday she'd be on her way to her baby's side. Lydia scooped up the jacket and hugged it, taking in the fragrance of her missing, joyful girl. She cried into the collar, just for a moment, prayed a blessing over its new owner-to-be, and set it down. It would grace the shoulders of someone else's daughter soon. The BFF was loud with activity. Flora ironed costumes. Her children and cats painted ornaments for the senior center, a tradition Joan took part in during previous seasons. Lydia beamed and toted her donations to the clothes pantry. She set the offerings on the appropriate shelf. In a burst, 2 arms flung around her waist and smashed all the air from her gut. An involuntary yelp popped from her mouth before she identified her assailant. "Oh, Jess!" She hugged the little girl and led her back to her mother. "Lydia, I'm so happy you're here. Wait, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be getting ready for Africa." Kat put down her clipboard and greeted her friend. Her energy revived Lydia. Kat just seemed younger. Her rushing about and volunteering and constant doing reminded Lydia of a 12-year-old on a sugar high. "All packed and ready to go. I'm just doing last-minute chores. 3 more days," she almost shouted. "We all miss Joan. I can't imagine having my babies live oceans away. Though sometimes I dream about it," Kat spouted. "You don't mean that." Lydia glimpsed Flora's hands rub her belly as she remembered all the little ones she'd hosted there. "You never can tell." A child shrieked and another wailed. Kat inhaled and hobbled, as quickly as her injuries allowed, toward the fray. Conversation over, Lydia squeezed Flora and the children, wishing them a Merry Christmas and promising them postcards during her absence. She'd miss her friends, but couldn't bear the thought of leaving Joan alone at Christmas. Her excitement swallowed up her paranoia. Christmas songs from the 80s shook her speakers as she sang along on her drive. Ethan arrived home, late, just as planned. He found Lydia on the floor of the bathroom, rocking and whimpering, with mascara in all the wrong places. He dropped to his knees and embraced her.
"Joan? Is Joan okay?"
Lydia poured herself into his strong arms and spoke between howling.
"I lost my purse."
She pounded a fist into her thigh with one hand and shoved at her cheek with the other.
"I've looked everywhere. Everywhere. I've torn through every suitcase, every closet, my car, the dumpster, everything. I retraced my steps, but I can't find it."
With a relieved exhalation, Ethan loosened his hold and stroked Lydia's shaking shoulders.
"Oh, baby, is that all? I thought something was wrong. It'll be okay."
Recoiling, Lydia's eyes launched poisoned barbs at her husband. He backed away from her.
"Okay? No, it's not okay." "It's just a purse. You can get another one. No one's hurt or sick. It's fine."
"No, Ethan." She spat his name like a curse word. "It's not just a purse. It's my driver's license and my passport." Reality struck harsh and stone-faced.
"Your passport? What was your passport doing in your purse?"
Ethan rose and paced around the master bedroom. "I picked it up yesterday. It was still in my purse because my purse is going in my carry-on."
"It's got to be somewhere."
"I've looked everywhere, Ethan. Everywhere." They relived Lydia's day through the night, unpacking and repacking every duffel bag and suitcase at least twice. They drove to the church, deconstructed the entire clothes pantry, and searched under every pew. The couple didn't surrender to the truth. Even standing outside 3 Alarm Coffee, waiting for its 6 a.m. opening, they contemplated any remaining possibilities. Nothing spared them the inevitable. With 3 days left until takeoff, Lydia had no way of getting a new identification and a passport before the trip. Hobo Joe set coffee before the somber couple.
"Have a muffin. On me."
He placed the planetary-sized pastry down and returned to the counter. Ethan offered a habitual thank you and squeezed his wife's hand. He rubbed his thumb across her wedding band, staring at its glittering gem.
"Well, that's it. I'm supposed to be at work in 2 hours.
With no tears left, Lydia nodded and rubbed at her reddened nose. Ethan's voice cracked as he continued.
"I'll call Joan after work and explain we won't be coming for Christmas."
Ethan teetered on his bistro chair as Lydia whipped her hand out from under his. "What? No."
"I'm not going without you. I'm not leaving you alone at Christmas."
Yes, you are. We are not leaving our baby in Africa alone for her first Christmas away from home. No, we're not. You're going." Ethan's eyebrows assumed their position of surrender. He would not fight after a night of panic and sleepless suspense. Lydia was a die-hard mama bear. She'd gnaw off her left arm to save her cub. There was no point explaining that her cub was now an adult. Not just an adult, a responsible, thriving adult who was pursuing her savior through service. Ethan predicted all Lydia would hear, no matter the logic of his argument, was the cry of their little girl. It wouldn't be the voice of their 19-year-old missionary daughter on the day she went away to Africa. It would be the whimpering of their 9-year-old pig-tailed princess, the day she broke her arm trying to backflip from the monkey bars. There was no getting his point across. "Okay," he sighed, and Lydia forced a smile. "But I'm taking off work the rest of the week. Promise not to stay home alone all Christmas. And if you can, fly to Africa and meet me." He hoped, with the stress off, Lydia would miraculously recall where she'd set her purse, and the whole night would become a bad joke. "Deal." She agreed and kissed the top of her husband's hand. The weary spouses split their consolatory muffin and returned to their empty nest. Curled in a ball, wincing and whining, Ivy prayed without words. Her hands dripped, scarlet and sticky. "The blood won't stop. Dear God, help me. The blood won't stop." Shreds of correspondence showered the kitchen sink. Thaddeus was trying to support his wife, but the intent was failing. Kat steamed and steeped in frustration. She paced and scolded and shuddered. "It's no big deal. It's just a test." His wife's response reflected her life before him. Dark, rude, and abrasive. He shushed her as politely as possible. "The kids are outside," she hollered. "It's not like they listen anyway. Obviously by the scores on that." Her judgmental index finger pointed toward the garbage disposal. Against advice, Lydia's, Flora's, Thad's, and even her own, Kat signed her children up for a midterm progress assessment. Though she knew her kids weren't the sharpest crayons in the box, she believed their test scores would ease all her worries. The opposite had occurred. They were scoring a grade level under her expectations. She was failing them. Deep down, she knew she would. Who was she to start homeschooling her children? Please, this was one big farce, a failed experiment. With every bitter, biting remark, she fumed and festered. Thaddeus could not read her mind, but he knew his wife. She was her own worst bully. He knew with every struggle she blamed herself, her past, and her penchant for bad choices. He also knew better than to hold her when she was raging. His best bet was to call the fight, walk away, gather the kids, and drive them out for dinner. The homeschool support meeting was in 2 hours. Kat needed that time to come down from this new disappointment. He wished she would call the whole meeting off, but he knew she'd squash the suggestion like a stink bug. When she walked to their bedroom, he jotted a note on a Post-it and rallied the children for a trip to Hamburger Hub. Flora always brought the gluten-free banana bread. She brought it to every meeting. She placed it, sliced, next to the fruit platter that Kat donated. The plate of bread sat awaiting consumers, but the fruit was missing. Gone, platter and all. Kat looked into the church refrigerator and shook her head. "Maybe you didn't bring it?" "No, I put the tray right here, right by the bread, just like always." Kat's jaw crunched. The meeting had gone well. Kat could lead with her feet on fire. With the flip of an invisible switch, she could become whatever the group needed. She could empathize and encourage, lead or lecture. Kat was a good leader, but she wasn't a good liar. When Flora asked what was wrong, Kat had stammered and cried. They prayed together, hugged, and then returned to preparing snacks for the group. "Maybe I'm just losing my mind," she retorted. "Maybe I only imagined the fruit was there, just like I imagined my kids were further ahead than they are." "Don't go there. Your kids are your kids. You know them and you know what they need. You tell others to take courage and carry on. Tell yourself the same thing. Maybe I could get Lydia to tutor them. Once she gets back from Africa. Flora popped a piece of bread in her mouth and lifted the tray. But that's 2 months more they'll be behind. Maybe. Flora munched on a burnt corner of bread. God will show you what to do. Don't panic about it now. In the meantime, there's a room of hungry homeschool mamas just a wall away. I'll take this into them. She nodded to the baked goods and headed for the door. Enjoy Christmas and enjoy your family. Wait until the new year to change things up. Enjoy Christmas? Kat sneered and shook off the sarcasm just as she stubbed her offended foot against the kitchen's door frame. She nearly collapsed in a conniption of kindergarten quality. Someone in the other room played the song Holly Jolly Christmas on their phone. Kat shook her fist at the ceiling, cursing both Burl's and now Bublé's renditions of the tune. Oh, by golly, she despised that song. With this fresh assault on her already mangled members, she was certain the Lewiston doctors would keep her on crutches for the entire holiday season. She stopped storming on the carpet, used a bar stool to pull herself upright, asked the Lord to forgive her tantrum, and strengthen her against the urge to throw another, and returned to her awaiting group. Switch flipped. Lydia's feet tangled around Ethan's ankles. The fireplace flickered and sputtered as the last chunks of fuel surrendered to the flames. Lydia's eyes were puffy and swollen. Ethan tried to build up his wife's spirit before leaving for Africa. He ordered Thai food, kept classic movies playing, and scattered sporadic holiday decorations around the house. With only hours left before takeoff, they sat watching the embers pop and float up the flue. Ethan's phone shook. The couple reacted to the incoming text by curling closer to each other. A fresh tear rolled, unannounced, across tiny laugh lines and onto Lydia's cheek. How am I going to handle this, God? Both spouses offered the same soundless question. Chapter 5. Lydia chauffeured Kat to her recheck in Ashton. Her generosity gave Thad an extra morning of work and gave Lydia someone to accompany her on the sad drive home from the airport. Her adventure to an African Christmas was canceled before it started. Ethan comforted his wife, and she put on a courageous front for her husband. They both felt the devastation, with the loss of her bag and the ruining of their holiday plans. Ethan treated each lady to breakfast at the airport hotel before kissing his wife goodbye. Little tears puddled in his hazel eyes and her brown ones. They held each other as long as possible without crumbling into despair. Kat's presence ballasted the moment, keeping the sorrow at bay. Lydia smiled at her husband's back as he entered the elevator. He spun and tossed a kiss in the air. Please try to make it, he pleaded. And Kat, he hollered into the lobby. Keep her from being alone and sulky. Kat nodded and placed a consoling arm around Lydia's shoulders. Kat expected a torrent of tears, weeping and gnashing of teeth. It was no secret to anyone in Honeypot how much hope Lydia placed on her travel to Africa. Many early morning phone calls ended with the comforting phrase, "Only until December." Now the empty nester felt her emptiest ever. Depleted and hollow, she had no tears left to cry. Not at the moment, anyway. Come on, she chimed instead of sniffled. Let's see what's going on with your foot. We can't have you limping your way through the season. Kat smiled, reveling in her friend's strength. As expected, they prescribed 1 more week of crutches. The ankle warranted an awkward blue boot in addition to the bandaging. Kat could walk on the boot. However, for the next few days, she was advised to lean most of her weight into the crutches. No pain medication landed on the prescription pad. She didn't have time for pain meds anyway. She had rehearsals to hold every night from tomorrow, December 2nd, until the evening of the pageant, December 16th. The fuzzy feel-good that accompanied pain management would not aid her in saving this year's Christmas play. She needed all her wits about her. The ladies partook in a little shopping before returning to town. Neither of them could force enough seasonal spirit to have a good time. When Lydia left Kat in Ethan's truck to pick up a few groceries, Kat delighted herself in people-watching. With the fresh dawning of December came the rise of ugly Christmas sweaters. Parked across from the bus depot, she had plenty of material to make a game of tallying sweater ornaments. So far, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer was 13 sweaters ahead of Santa, and 22 ahead of Frosty and his snowmen. Lost in her waiting game, she stumbled upon a familiar face, double-glanced, and waved at the young woman. The girl squinted in Kat's direction but didn't acknowledge her. Instead, she hurried her tottering pace across the street. "See someone you recognize?" The driver's side door popped open with the crinkling sound of brown paper sacks. "Ivy, I thought." She didn't wave back. "That's unlike her. She's friendly. Then again, she doesn't normally ditch tutoring either. But she did. Where did you see her?" "Over by the bus. Not sure if she was coming or going." Lydia clicked her tongue. "Just a minute earlier and we could have offered her a ride. Lord knows that girl doesn't have much money." "She probably has a bus pass." "True. Here, I got you a dirty Coke." The women took long, soothing sips of their cold, carbonated Cokes and headed back toward home. "Ivy's a great girl. She's just living in a difficult situation," Lydia said. "She lives with her stepdad, though he's rarely home. Though I think she prefers it that way. Not sure why she's catching a bus." "Teenagers aren't the most sensible creatures. I did far crazier things than ride a bus to the city for no reason. Maybe she's shopping for Christmas." "She's broke. Bad broke. I donate my time to tutor her." "Why not? You should reward a girl with her persistence for learning." "I agree. She's very bright. She only has trouble with essays. That's why she comes to see me. I thought she had a huge midterm right after Christmas. It's odd for her to miss." "She probably got swept up in her break. Friends and parties, maybe even a seasonal job." "You're right. Still, remember her in your prayers, okay? I'm worried about her." Conversation never led to Ethan and Joan or Christmas alone. Both friends, anxious over their own struggles, didn't want to burden the drive with crying jags. They kept talk casual as the truck chugged past empty lavender fields and clusters of beehives walled in by bales of hay. The beauty of their county infused the air with the magical ability to calm and recenter even the most distracted mind. In June, the fields would burst with purple and buzz with honeybees. They would bring visitors from all over the state and even the country. The hive bed and breakfast would reopen and thrive. Farmers' market stalls would grace Honey Pot's center lawn every Tuesday evening through August. Wedding parties would boost the small town's economy, and summer would float by like a tender breeze after the rain. Even hay fever and EpiPens couldn't keep people away. Flora burst from the church building in a rush of hippie skirt and a denim jacket. She made it to the smart car before Lydia yanked back the parking brake. "What is it? Is something wrong?" Joan's smiling face came crashing to the forefront of Lydia's mind. An instant later, a familiar purple leather purse waved at the end of Flora's arm. "Where was it?" "It was sitting in the nursery this morning, hanging on the back of the wooden rocking chair." Both women laughed with relief and astonishment. Lydia rifled through her bag, cataloging the contents. "It's here. Wallet, passport, credit cards, photos. I must have misplaced it when I dropped off donations. Though I don't remember being in the nursery." "Thank you, Flora." She hugged her friend and they moved inside to Sunday services. Kat slid into the pew behind them halfway through the sermon and shook her head. "Don't ask," she mouthed. Her friends didn't. They continued to listen to the lesson. Flora took notes in her spirited script and wept from time to time. Lydia's hands marked her place while she nodded to the sermon highlights. "Come have lunch with us," Flora begged Lydia. "You must not have a lot of food at home. You'd been ready to leave the country. Come over and share ours. I can even help you make phone calls." Maybe we can get you a flight to Zambia before Christmas." Lydia could not refuse. She was desperate to get to her daughter's side. "Let me swing home first. I'll grab my old ticket info and see if we can transfer it over to another flight." Lydia opened the door to her house and skipped up the stairs. The quiet wasn't as oppressive, knowing it may be over. She picked up the manila envelope containing her travel plans. The phone burst with noise. Lydia yelped. Having a landline was a blessing in the winter when cell service was spotty, but not so much so when one was upstairs and the only phone was in the kitchen. She answered as voicemail picked up and spent a few scattered seconds waiting for the outgoing message to finish. "I'm here. Don't hang up." "Hey, babe." Ethan's voice was so tired and so comforting Lydia cried. "I'm here. It's 9 p.m. my time, and I'm about to head to bed. Joan will pick me up tomorrow and take me to the orphanage. I'm not sure when we'll get to talk after that." "It's so good to hear you. How were your flights?" "Oh, long and lonely. My night in Germany was nice. And then I saw what you'd packed under my shirts." Without a single witness, Lydia's blush deepened as she remembered the nightie. Only 4 days ago, and she'd already forgotten about it. Awkward that Ethan discovered it alone. She changed the subject, stammering in her embarrassment. "Oh, that. Yes. Well, I found my purse." "Awesome." "It was at the church." "We looked there. For hours. Weird." "Yes, well, I've got it now." "Good. Get to Zambia pronto. It feels strange to be here without you. You can also bring that extra cash you had." "What cash?" "The money you picked up for the trip. You went to the bank the same day you got your passport. Remember? I've been living on plastic. Speaking of, I wish I could talk to you more, but this phone call's costing a fortune. I love you. I'll email you when I'm with Joan. God's with you, my young, hot mama." She blushed again, sent her love, and hung up the receiver. Cash? She had seen no cash in her purse. But now she remembered the white deposit envelope filled with 20s. Larger amounts became traveler's checks. Ethan handled that part, which meant he still had funds with him. She had forgotten all about her withdrawal. Yelling vibrated the glass of Flora's front window. Lydia pretended not to notice and waited to knock until the voices quieted. Kevin opened the garage door and backed down the drive. Ever perched in the passenger seat and Eden sat in the back. He didn't see Lydia on the front porch. All the better. She wouldn't want to humiliate anyone. Pieces of nouns and accusatory adjectives escaped under the door jamb. The early guest sat on the porch swing, keeping far out of sight and fidgeting with her turquoise bracelet. Lydia recognized the tone of a freshly hormonal female. It made her ache for her Joan, but little didn't these days. What was less familiar was the timbre of her gentle friend responding with hollers. The explosion climaxed with a slammed door and a fit of sobbing. Flora's sniffling got nearer the front door, and she peeped out the window and caught Lydia watching. Instead of shame, Flora's face tenderized with relief. "You heard? Isn't it terrible?" Flora sat beside Lydia on the swing. "I'm sorry to keep you out here longer, but I've got to calm down, refocus. I don't know what's happening." "She's 12, Lydia soothed. "Hormones can make people do crazy stuff. They're not an excuse, but they are a pain to tame, especially right at the beginning. It'll get better." I know. I mean, hormones are my job. My mind knows, but my heart wasn't ready. And the worst of it is me. I'm losing it like she does, and then raising her one." Sniffling, stretching, and standing, she escorted her friend indoors and brewed a fresh pot of coffee. Kevin returned with lettuce and ice cream. Eden hugged Lydia, shaking her curly-haired head in disgust. "We didn't need lettuce. Dad didn't want us watching Sister and Mom fight again." "Oh?" Kevin's shoulders tightened as Lydia received Eden's report. "At least she didn't barf this time," Eden added and scampered off to play. "There's no privacy in this house." Kevin apologized to his wife, who shrugged and hugged his neck. "I think Lydia got the worst parts anyway." "I've had a preteen before," Lydia said. She sipped her black coffee, added coconut sugar, and chugged more. After a lovely dinner of shepherd's pie and salad, including homemade buns and butter, everyone under the age of 13 left to pursue their own Sunday delights. Kevin set up his laptop, ready to aid his guest's quest for plane tickets. Flora manned the landline, and Lydia attacked the problem from her cell. "I was there, right where you told me to be." Ivy's chin wrinkled as she staved off tears. The blonde menace in a green hoodie pushed closer. He jerked his hand into the air and laughed when Ivy shrunk in response. "You should have waited." "I would have missed my ride," she reasoned, shifting closer to the wall behind her. She had nowhere to run, and no one around to help. If she screamed, her aggressor would grow more anxious and angry. She could not bear his wrath. Not again. Hoodie Man shrugged and laughed. "Not my problem. But my information is yours." He shoved his forehead onto hers, forcing her neck back and pushing her against the rough stucco. "You will keep quiet. I know that now. But will I?" He backed away, relieving the pressure in her spine but causing her stomach to roll in panic. She swallowed back bile and willed herself to form words. "You wouldn't. You know they'd put me away. Please, please don't." Again the man laughed. "One little phone call." His cell phone jumped between his palms. Ivy whimpered against her will. "Just take the money and go. I'm no threat." Greedy hands dug through her backpack. He pocketed what cash he found and even took her last energy bar. "Don't make me come back." After tossing her bag at her feet, he turned and walked away, whistling. Ivy sank to the cold ground. She'd watch him drive away. If he spotted her hideout, she'd never get rid of him. Her red and swollen eyes tracked him from the sidewalk as he picked the pocket of a holiday shopper before sliding into the seat of his ride and peeling away. 3 hours later, the kiddos had demolished dessert. Kevin lit the fireplace. Flora stirred a warming pot of apple cider, and Lydia propped her head up in her hands. Elbows chiseled into the laptop, lower back aching, and all dreams of an African Christmas dashed. She recalled her purse story and the missing money, asking if perhaps Flora had heard anything about her missing envelope. "I don't know, Lids," Flora said as Kevin sat back at the dining table. "It doesn't seem like you, leaving your purse behind, not when so much was in it. You're much more organized than that. Kevin thinks someone snatched your purse. I've told him about the fruit tray from small group, the quilts from the club, your purse, and now water well money." "Not the Sunday school donations. Those kids have worked hard to collect that money." "The jar and all, missing. No way it's coincidental." "That's a lot of thefts from one tiny church building, in one small town. I can't think of anyone who had access to all of those, except for us." "That's what I said." Flora set steamy mugs on the Lazy Susan. "But we do have a lot of families and teens we're not familiar with, running in and out of the building at Christmas time. Maybe..." What a sad thought. Lydia soaked in the cider, down to the gooey cinnamon sediments. She dreaded her cell phone ringing. Soon she'd have to relay the awful news to Ethan. Until New Year's Day, all flights to Africa remained overbooked. Chapter 6. Kat was pulling her hair out, literally. It wiggled from the seam of her car door. Rushing to yet another pageant meeting, she barely missed smashing her cranium on the doorframe. "Biscuits!" Sam and Jess startled and put headphones on. Mom's behavior suggested an oncoming storm of crazy, and they wanted no part. Kat opened the door, flicked the plucked hairs from the panel, tossed them onto the lawn, and slammed the door. She drove to the BFF, unaware her favorite coat was the latest victim of her overscheduled haste. The Mission Youth House dinner was in 4 hours. Pageant practice would take up 3 hours, and she still needed to collect the donation gifts and clothes from the pantry at the BFF and the Church of Christ. Kat's stomach hollered and churned. She could not remember the last time she ate. Swinging into the parking lot, she dug through her messenger bag looking for her emergency almonds. Empty wrappers and fuzzy mints greeted her fingertips. She cursed and chucked the mints into her mouth. She hoped they were dressed in purslint and not tissue remnants. Either way, they were all she had to keep her hunger at bay. Lydia arrived with coffee and muffins amid an angel chorus. Kat was thankful her friend had misplaced her purse. Then she was instantly riddled with remorse for being thankful while her friend was hurting. Lydia understood her look and sat beside her. "At least I can be helpful here." "Any news from Ethan?" The toddler choir kept singing in a cacophony as the woman spoke. "No, but he probably won't call. He'll email me when he lands and gets settled." Kat wondered what her fellow homeschool mama was like when she was alone, in her empty house. If it was Kat, she imagined she'd feel gloomy at first, and then take the longest, steamiest bath in history, drink an entire cup of coffee before it cooled, and curl up in her favorite pajamas to watch cheesy mystery movies. Heaven. He's still hoping I make it to Africa. He's way too confident in me. I'm the dope who misplaced her passport 2 days before takeoff. Add to that the fact that I only picked it up the day before, and I'm not a girl to bet on. Oh, hush. I've lost a handful of little things these last few weeks. And apparently I've stolen 2 quilts. She shot out of her chair, toppling it and placing too much weight on her foot, just in time to stop Archie Andrews from sticking his halo in a light socket. Once the last heavenly being flew away with their harried parents, Kat and Lydia turned to the donation closet. Jess and Sam followed close behind until their mother sent them off to work with flashcards. They groaned and obeyed. The door opened without a key, and the motion sensor flicked on the light, showing a disheveled mess of upended boxes and clothing. "We have 1 hour to get to Mission House. This will take forever to reorganize." "So why reorganize it?" "We'll do that later. Just grab anything you think will fit a teenager and shove it in a box. Everything else will just have to wait until we can deal with it." On hands and knees, the ladies worked. The volunteers at the youth center would be less than thrilled to sort boy clothes from girl clothes. But it couldn't be helped. The ladies needed to hustle if they wanted to keep on schedule. Lydia tried not to catalog the clothing Joan had offered the charity. The items were too familiar to ignore. She gave each an extra pat before shoving it, wrinkled, into the nearest open box. She scanned for the beloved leather jacket, but couldn't spot it. The teens were always happy to see the BFF volunteers, even more so around Christmas time. Missing their families, they created a temporary haven in the common room. Christmas decorations, handmade or ancient, graced every flat surface. Quilts from the Honey Pot Quilting Club decorated each couch and the shoulders of almost every teen. "Hobo Joe's already been here." Lydia nodded toward the huge platters of fudge and cookies. 5 teens under the age of 15 crowded one platter. Kat turned over the used clothes donations to Ms. Tina, the mission's head. Mr. Mike, the home security officer and resident counselor, escorted Lydia to his office, a.k.a. the wrapping center. "We have 4 new teens this winter, each from a different city and about to age out of the system. This may be the last childlike Christmas they get." Lydia shook her head. She tutored mission kids every Thursday during the school year. Their stories and scars wrenched her heart in ways she never thought possible. Some students came to her hard and bitter, all business. Others tried to approach life with a stoic ease, but still held an ember of hope in their eyes. she got to wrapping gifts. She prayed over each gift and each name she wrote on their tags. The presents were homemade by residents of the senior center. The few purchased gifts were nothing monetarily impressive, but served as offerings of community. Lydia had contributed a few gift cards, along with her daughter's used clothes, and an old video game system for the center. She wished she had more to give. Her time would have to suffice for now until the Lord provided a loaves and fishes miracle over her small favors. Sam and Jess played a board game with the cluster of kids. Their competitors were too old for the game but enjoyed the distraction. Many mission kids left behind younger siblings at foster homes or worse. Survival came first, at a heavy cost. Most under 10 were foster adopted out. A double-digit birthday was the greatest obstacle between a group home and a forever home. Mission House's youngest resident was 11, Sam's age, and had little hope of leaving before he turned 16. He attended Bailey Elementary and was in the Christmas pageant. His past was too terrible to dwell upon. Lydia focused on his amazing smile and outrageous math prowess. "Have you seen Ivy?" A BFF youth group regular and a resident of Mission House approached Lydia from behind. "Oh, hello, Emily. No, I haven't." Emily frowned and a hoodie string between her thumbs. "I was hoping to see her before I moved." "Move?" "Yeah, there's a rumor I might get transferred back to the city. Mom's been trying to clean up her act again. She's held the same job for months." "Good for her. Did you have a court appointment?" This was a question Lydia learned from Mr. Mike. Often a scared child imagined their situation improving when there was no evidence to support the daydream. It was a crushing coping mechanism. Though Lydia hated to squash their hopes, she understood better than to encourage them. Emily nodded. "Last week. I wanted to talk it out with Ivy and get her address. I don't have mine yet. I figured if I had hers, at least, I could reach her, once I got set up." "Did you try calling her?" "Her phone's been disconnected." Disconnected? Lydia patted the girl on the shoulder of her skeleton jacket. Lydia planned to call Ivy's phone for herself and double-check. "I haven't seen her. If I do, I'll pass along the news. When does the judge say this move may happen?" Emily shrugged. "Not until after Christmas. Knowing Mom, she'll mess it up right before the move. I've never seen her sober at Christmas." Lydia frowned. She prayed silently for Emily and her mother as the girl spoke. She couldn't imagine the pain of being separated, perhaps forever, from her daughter. Mourning for Joan and Ethan wasn't the same. They'd come home to her. She could bear Christmas in an empty house, void of her family, assured of their love. What must it be like left alone, wondering if your family loved you and if they loved you enough to give up their vices? She added extra pleading to her petitions to the Father, for all the struggling parents whose children lived at Mission House. Jess cheered her brother's winning and ran to Kat, pulling on the hem of her cardigan. Kat patted her head, without looking, and stared into her phone. Lydia felt her eyebrows arch. Pay attention to her, she urged with her mind, hoping her friend would get the cue and turn her thoughts to what was important. The Christmas pageant was bleeding the joy out of Kat Miller, and Lydia was readying herself for an intervention. The little girl turned her attention to Lydia, who obliged her with an air 5. Jess chomped away satisfied. "Can you believe this?" Kat Miller shoved her distraction device in front of Lydia's eyeline. "The stomach flu is plaguing the Shepherds. All of them." "They're all cousins. Maybe they'll keep it to the family." "They better. I can't handle half of my pageant missing," Kat griped. "It's just a play. I think you're taking things too far. Maybe your incident has left you a little confused." No. I expect people who commit to something to hold up to their part of the commitment. I don't think I'm wrong to ask for follow-through." "Yes, but it's Christmas. Families have a lot happening. Every tradition is special. What traditions do you and your kids have together?" Kat sputtered and shoved her phone into her purse. Well, cookie night. Mission House, the senior center, the parade, the pageant. What traditions do you have that aren't about serving others? It's a wonderful thing to give, but pausing to enjoy life as a family is just as important. Offended and dumbfounded, Kat snorted as she scrimmaged for her keys. We do cookies, movies and Advent and stuff, the usual Christmassy things. We do a Christmas chain with Flora's family, though we may need to reschedule a bit. We also have schoolwork to do this break, which reminds me. Lydia listened as her friend rattled off to-do lists and goal-setting ideas. She watched on as the Miller children sunk into their individual electronic toys on the drive back to the church building. The entire time she prayed for her husband and daughter, the ones she missed so much it ached. She prayed that Kat would slow down enough to enjoy being a mediocre mother instead of contending to be a blameless believer. It tore at Lydia to see her friend missing the mark when it was right in front of her. Flora's family loved their yearly Christmas light excursion. Flora made peppermint hot chocolate and filled each person's thermos full of the rich, warm cocoa. She baked crispy treats and sugar cookies. She rolled energy balls and sorted individual bags of trail mix. Dinner out was an extravagance, one the year's bank account wouldn't afford. But lack of funds would not spoil their family's Christmas. Kevin and the children roasted hot dogs and street corn on the outdoor fire pit and wrapped them in foil for the drive. The truck would get messy, but their memories would be worth the extra detailing. "Don't forget the nativity cards," Ever hollered from the garage. "Got them," Eloise answered and skipped her way to the truck. Flora's temples beat out a cadence. The kids were singing Jingle Bells chorus for the 16th time in the last 10 minutes. She didn't shush them or blame them. Instead, she gathered every giggle close and enjoyed every flat note. Eloise was her ordinary childlike self. The preteen drama was missing in her smile, and her eyes were as brilliant as the Christmas lights the family was hunting. At every nativity, Eloise was the first to offer to leave the thank you note. She dashed up the yard, careful to leave the decorations undisturbed, and placed the hand-packaged candy canes and letter in the manger. "Thanks for sharing the light of the world," the cards read. Ever led a prayer of blessing for each house that made space for the Christ child. Kevin would lead a prayer of hope over each neighborhood they patrolled. The family would move on to the next street, rejoicing in each other's company and in the one time of year where Jesus was on everybody's mind. 2 hours later, as the automatic timers shut down displays, the happy family pulled into a gas station. The last stop for the night was always a bathroom run. The cleanest bathroom in Ashton, inside the Nifty Thrifty, lay right on the edge of the highway. Frosty breezes hit the crew as they exited the toasty truck. Flora shivered and hooted with cold. "Hurry, ladies!" she cheered. Eden and Eloise hustled into the convenience store with Flora squeezing in behind them. The caroling from the stalls tickled the worried mother's heart. It would be all right. Eloise was just going through a phase. This meant more grace and more understanding from Flora, and in return, more grace and understanding from the Heavenly Father for both ladies. Flora untucked Eden's dress from her leggings and helped the little girl get paper towels. She then sent her out to her restless father and brother as Flora waited for her eldest. "Mom?" Eloise's voice was tiny, awkward, for her opinionated eldest. "Is anyone in here?" "Don't think so, honey." She scanned under the stall doors. No feet told of occupancy. "It's just us." The metal lock unhinged, and Eloise invited her mother into the tiny water closet. "Oh," Flora sighed in understanding. The mood swings, the tiny patches of pimples, the sullen sleepiness. Eloise had formally started her walk into womanhood. The preteen cried. "Oh, babes, don't worry." Flora wanted to hug her baby, but couldn't in the confined space. She settled for patting her shoulder. "Give me a second, and I'll be back with everything we need. It's okay." Flora shut the stall door and waited to hear the lock settle before going for her purse. She'd been readying herself for this moment. As a student of hormones, Flora prepared her bathroom pantry for the changes that occur. She'd packed a tiny first period bag filled with handmade items and essential oils, even a mixed CD filled with praise from female singers. The quill-pinned and poetic letter lay in the bottom of the kit, written for her eldest, along with a coupon for ear piercing. But all of that was at home. Though Flora had gathered supplies, she didn't think the future would arrive so soon. She searched her purse, but it held nothing useful. She'd failed to replenish her own stash. 2 stalls over from her daughter, a door creaked open.
"Sorry to interrupt."
It was Ivy, Lydia's student. Dressed in her usual jeans and a hoodie, she walked over to the sink and washed her hands.
"I didn't know you were in here. Sorry."
Flora apologized in a loud voice, hoping Eloise could hear her. Ivy tossed her ragged backpack on top of the automatic hand dryer.
"I think I may have pads."
She unzipped a cosmetic bag and pulled out a plastic orange package. Not the organic homemade cloth napkins Flora had wanted to give her girl, but in a pinch, one couldn't be picky.
"Thank you so much."
She hurried to Eloise and helped her handle the situation. Ivy was still at the sink when they finished. Eloise thanked the older girl. Ivy just smiled. The family loaded back up into the truck and was about to pull away for home when Flora noticed Ivy sitting on a bus stop bench, wrapped in a green blanket. Kevin nodded approval before Flora asked, and soon they were squishing the kids closer together and making room for Ivy. The teen panted as she rode. "It must be freezing out there." Flora turned in her seat to chat. "How long have you been waiting for the bus?"
"For what?"
"Oh, the bus?
No, a friend was going to pick me up, but I guess they couldn't make it. I don't know where I would have walked to if you guys hadn't stopped. I was just hanging out in the bathroom while I figured it out."
"Where do you want us to take you?" Flora handed the girl a cookie and a lid of cocoa. A sad smile was her reward.
"Oh, can you take me to the Ashton Target?"
"Is it still open? It's late."
"Yeah, holiday hours. I need a few things. I can get a ride home from there."
"We're happy to wait for you." Kevin pulled up beside the red curb a few minutes later.
"No, that's okay. I'm not sure how long I'll be. Thanks anyway."
Ivy folded her blanket into her backpack and handed the empty thermos lid back to Flora. She wrapped her long arms around the sturdy, short woman and held her for a moment. Flora tried to question Ivy further, but the girl spun suddenly and rushed inside the busy store. "I didn't think you knew her that well." Kevin watched on as the crowd absorbed the 16-year-old. "I didn't think so either. She must be missing her grandmother. It's her first Christmas without her." Her husband nodded and pulled away. Flora fretted over Ivy for the entire drive home. Chapter 7. Pottersville, though a small town with small-town values, had an unusual number of teenage mothers for a town their size. Some owed this to the evil of the cities surrounding Honey Pot. Others said it was the demon liquor invading a small town. Mr. Mike said it was a lack of loving fathers, and Pastor Dean said it was a lack of believers who loved like the Father. Still, teen pregnancy wasn't a new thing in Honey Pot. The BFF hosted the town's support group for these deeply needy mothers. Teens from the town and the surrounding farms, even some from the city, showed up for the monthly Teen Moms meeting. During the meetings, the young mothers created baby books together, tracking their babies' milestones. Such a trivial task served as a catalyst for regular doctor's appointments and encouraged the mothers to take pride in the health of their little ones. This was Flora's area. She was wonderful at journals and scrapbooks. As the group pasted and scrolled together, she'd share feminine health tips and baby-related information. Tidbits most mothers would receive from their mothers and peers, but a teenage mother might be lacking. Lydia headed up the career side of Teen Moms. She taught the girls how to write a resume and conduct themselves during interviews. Kat believed her offering was much more basic and lackluster. She showed the girls how to fill out applications for jobs, insurance, loans, and sometimes college. Each lady, helping in her own way, encouraged the girls to rise above the stigma of the single teen mom. Sharing in their struggles and sadness, they offered the girls belonging and hope. In December, the Teen Moms group held an extra meeting. Gifts abounded not only for the babies but for the moms too. There was a cookie decorating station for the kids and a Christmas video for all who wanted to watch. The mothers savored tea party treats in a relaxed environment. At the end of all the feasting came the presents. Each regular attendee received a bag of baby supplies and gifts chosen for them. They also received prepaid phone cards, donated by the community churches, and a bus pass. The girls lined up for their presents, eager and elated, their youth clear on their shining faces. Many girls from the group grew up beside Joan. Out of all the Christmas events of the season, Joan vocalized her sorrow over missing the Teen Moms tea more than any other tradition. Joy bubbled inside Lydia as she welcomed each girl to the meeting. Incoming moms greeted each other with excited squeals of delight before delving into local gossip. Their chatter circulated on the discovery of a vacant car behind the movie theater. Honeypot's dual-screen theater was showing Christmas classics, heartwarming flicks in one room and holiday disasters or horrors in the other. The girls dealt out the details like cards. Rumor and truth mixed and married until the room was buzzing with curiosity-flavored drama. Noah Householder, shift leader of the cinema, found the deserted vehicle after closing. He called Gus, and the deputy quickly handled the strange situation. The car was dead. Noah thinks whoever was in the car is dead too. I didn't hear they found a body. Well, they didn't. Just blood. I heard someone had been living in it. There were junk food wrappers everywhere. And the blood. Not just blood, a bloody sleeping bag. What else did they find? Lydia's words broke the banter, surprising even her. She intended on just listening. Once an adult spoke up, the rumor well ran dry. Fortunately for Lydia, this news was too mouth-watering to keep restrained. The girls bounced as they relayed the gossip. A name tag. Yeah, some guy in Lewiston is missing his bling. The girls laughed and changed the subject. The tea continued without revisiting the theater. Flora poured tea and served treats as Lydia led the group in devotional thoughts. Kat inventoried the gift baskets in the nursery, while she kept watch of the littlest guests. Eloise, Flora's eldest, helped her oversee the rowdy crew. All the personally selected baskets were accounted for. But the generic guest baskets were lacking. Kat counted them over again for the third time. Still, there was one missing. Lydia reassured her that there would be plenty to pass out. Kat clicked her tongue and worried over another lost package. Each time an item went missing, Kat felt her sanity drift farther away. She could blame the pain meds, but she only took them right before bed. Kat called over Sam and Jess to help her number the gifts again. They reluctantly left the movie to help their mother. Still, one basket was gone. Knots solidified in her stomach as she handed out the gifts, certain they would run short. After dessert, Kat carted the bounteous load to the dining area. The grateful teens repeated thanks for their gifts. They shared the contents of their baskets with each other. The youngest mother of the group, a 15-year-old farm girl, giggled and gushed over her new leggings and her infant's matching pair. Lazy to leave, the teens discussed their plans for Christmas and their hopes for the new year. Lydia and Flora listened to each wistful dream, while Kat stared off in fretful distraction. The hours passed swiftly. With one final prayer and a hug, Flora said farewell to the last baby and its mother. Lydia wished them each a Merry Christmas. Once all the teens were gone, Kat sighed and plopped into the nearest seat. No mama left without a gift, much to Kat's relief. You're way too serious. Flora watched Kat prod the pressure points on her shoulders. What have you been doing? There's not a relaxed muscle in your neck. Writing the Christmas script, that's what I've been doing. Hasn't that already been done? Lydia pulled up a chair and nibbled a leftover scone. In the book of Luke, I believe. Yes, thank you, Linus. Kat scowled and crossed her arms. I wanted this year to evoke more emotion. I want to move people. That and to give more kids the opportunity to speak in the pageant. Flora rubbed her healing hands in sanitizer and piled up dirty plates. That's nice. Nice, but unnecessary. Don't forget, this is your family's Christmas, too. Kat huffed and stretched before joining the cleanup. Even her friends thought she was incapable of running a simple children's play. She would prove to them she was as much of a servant as they were. Not that it's a competition, she chided her inner thoughts. My friends are on my side, she chanted. It was the rest of the congregation and the community she couldn't stand letting down. Kat bit down on the bitter truth as she popped the last brownie chunk into her mouth, and all three ladies returned to cleanup duty. Lydia couldn't keep her mind off of Ivy's absence. She longed for the evidence Ethan would accidentally expose over his late-night calls with Gus, his deputy. Such a tiny town didn't have a dangerous side, but crime was everywhere. Honey Pot had its mediocre waves from time to time. Lydia was certain if Ethan was in town, he would have some nugget of information to calm Lydia's worried heart. Lydia disclosed no Pottersville news to her husband during their international emails. She didn't want to bother him with the hometown mishaps, but the reports the teen moms had been repeating unsettled her. A small fluttering of fear crept along Lydia's spine. Images of her missing student wedged themselves into every thought. She needed to talk with Gus. If she wanted Gus to answer her questions, Lydia needed to get baking. Lydia's cookies, though scrumptious, failed to persuade Deputy Gus to let go of any juicy information. Lydia would just have to investigate herself and hope that no one alerted Ethan. She hated to bother her friends, but she couldn't do this alone. After dinner, and after answering a lingering email from Ethan, Lydia sat in Kat's minivan with a flashlight and an aluminum bat. Flora, although wrapped up in a blanket in the back seat, was ready for action. Lydia supplied the coffee, as usual, and explained her worries to her friends. "Did you try calling Ivy's stepfather?" Kat asked as they circled the police station for the third time. They were waiting out Deputy Gus. His rounds would start any minute. They needed him gone to get a deeper look at the bug. It did not go well, and now he won't pick up the phone. Lydia wiped the mouth fog from the passenger window and peered into the station window as the van cruised past. "He's still there," she reported on Gus. "Nuts. We'll make a wider circle this time." 30 minutes later, the deputy's car grew smaller down the road. "We're on." Kat almost whooped and tossed the car into the parking lot. Unable to run, Kat was the getaway driver, which made Flora the lookout. She bundled up in her coat and shuddered in anticipation. Lydia turned to her friends. "This won't take long. I'll turn the car toward the road for a faster escape, but then I'm shutting the lights off." "Gotcha." Flora slid the van door closed. She and Lydia skulked to the bug. Honey Pot had no impound lot or major lockdown area, just a parking lot with a tiny gate. It was easy to negotiate. The only car in the lot was the hot pink Volkswagen. "Keep watch!" Lydia shot her light on the back seat. "The sleeping bag is missing," Flora said. "Oh, it's probably bagged in the office." Lydia squinted, getting a better look at the interior of the car. Everything else rested where it was discovered. Gus must have finished photographing everything. He had no reason to box each item. There was no evidence of anything too suspicious, other than the blood on the sleeping bag, which didn't amount to enough to constitute a death. Everything else was just abandoned goods. Kat backed in the driveway, watching the road. Her movements startled the searchers, even though she'd warned them. Flora quivered. She needed to use the bathroom. She blamed the cold and the heightened tension of the moment. "I can't see," Lydia whispered. "Well, why not?" Flora shuffled over to her side. "My flashlight beam keeps bouncing off the windows." Lydia exhaled and put a steady hand on her pal's shoulder. "I'm going to try the door." "No!" Wide-eyed and panicked, Flora nearly wet herself. "Don't worry. If it's unlocked, we're fine. We won't touch anything. Flora shuffled her feet. I understand. If you don't want to be part of it, I get it. Just be a lookout. Lydia pulled out a pair of leather gloves and slipped them on. Flora's big eyes grew even larger. She was unaware Lydia was this prepared. Don't worry. Everyone has gloves with them in Pottersville in December. Flora remained skeptical. She gazed at her own knitted mittens. It's cold. It's not premeditated. A security light on the station door flickered on. A cat shot past the back step, yowling as it rocketed past Flora's feet. She yelped and fell back into the shadows. Now she really needed the bathroom. Is Rachel on tonight? She remembered the receptionist. Lydia shot a look toward the building. Her car's not here. She shrugged and turned back to the VW. Flora turned away. She would not lie, and did not want to cause a friend trouble, especially with their spouse. Metal scratched and scraped. The keening of the door squeaking open electrified Flora's nerves. She focused on the street and the station building while hopping from foot to foot, struggling not to pee. Cat jetted from the driveway, leaving the car lights off, and disappeared. Flora saw distant high beams growing brighter and pointed at the parking lot. Hide! Lydia shouted. Flora ran toward the building and hunkered between the trash can and recycle bin. Lydia, with nowhere else to go, slid into the back seat of the imprisoned car. She panted, knowing she had not made the wisest of choices. Lights glittered off the fogged windows and glistened on the beating condensation. For a moment, it appeared the lights were hunting her down. Lydia calmed her mind and listened. Flora squatted. She was scared beyond belief. A door opened, a keychain jingled, and then the front doorknob rattled. Flora pictured Gus inside the station. She wondered whether Honeypot City Council had finally shelled out money for security cameras. Could Gus see the bug on an inside monitor? Flora hushed to listen. The lights did not move. Meanwhile, Lydia took advantage of her situation. She was in a muddle of trouble, but that didn't mean she couldn't make the most of it. Since she was already stuck inside the mystery car, contaminating evidence, she might as well have a look around. Gus seemed powerless to help her find Ivy, and Lydia was certain the girl was in distress. Then she had to do whatever she could to make sure Ivy was safe. Using the police car headlights, Lydia examined the back seat. Candy wrappers, water bottles, old lottery tickets, and tissues littered the floorboards. Nothing too unusual. Peeking around the passenger bucket seat, she spied the sleeve of a leather jacket. She tugged on it with her gloved hand. Pulling it closer, she read the label. It was Joan's old jacket. Fear knotted in Lydia's belly. Even though her daughter was safely in Africa with her father, seeing her jacket in a crime scene in Pottersville made the bile rise in her throat. She forced the feelings aside and dug through the jacket pockets. A thin plastic card slid out and onto the floor. With a bang, the station door shut. Flora jumped, and Lydia smacked her head on the car door in panic. Lydia was found out. She knew it. She played with alibis in her mind and tried to figure out how to keep Flora from being discovered. No amazing ideas solidified as the bright headlights contracted and the squad car drove away. Lydia let out a breath, which clouded on the glass. The passenger door jerked open and Lydia screeched. Flora echoed the horrified howl. "You scared me," she whispered. "You're scared?" Lydia pulled out her phone and took a hasty picture of the card. The flash revealed a small paperback book on the floor. She snapped a photo of it and exited the car in a hurry. She shut the door and shook, tossing the tension aside. "Where's Kat?" Flora hopped and danced beside Lydia. She pulled away right before Gus showed up. She must have seen him coming. The minivan chugged into the driveway a moment later, with Kat hanging out the window and beckoning her accomplices to enter. "So, spill," she commanded once she was safe and warm in Lydia's kitchen. The toilet flushed down the hall and Flora appeared moments afterward. "Not much. It's on my phone." The plastic card was a name tag of sorts. Not the name tag the girls had discussed at the tea, but a glossy black business card with the moniker Mr. Lavier and a phone number embossed upon it. Tiny gold lettering beneath the name was too reflective to make out. The next picture was of a plain, dog-eared paperback of To Kill a Mockingbird. Lydia's shoulders slumped, and she muttered to herself in angry, unintelligible bursts. "Fill us in," Kat demanded. "Ivy was in that car. This is the book we were studying together. I knew I recognized that car, but I wasn't certain. I didn't want to believe she's in danger." "You don't know the blood is hers. It could be Mr. Lavier's blood," Flora pointed out, and then excused herself to the bathroom again. "I'm not sure that's any better," Lydia explained. "I believe he might be one of Ivy's ex-boyfriends. A terrible one." Chapter 8. I hate to say goodbye. Ethan's face was lonesome when it came time to end the video session. Joan spent 10 minutes chatting to Lydia about the projects she and her father were tackling together, about the care packages the church had sent, and about the urgent supplies still needed. Joan was growing up faster in Africa than she had at home. Lydia both missed her freckle-faced, reckless girl and cherished the self-sacrificing woman that spoke from her computer screen. Ethan had only grown younger in his week at the Zambia orphanage. He'd helped build dorms and construct beds. He'd witnessed the deplorable water conditions and watched a water pump work for the first time in 7 years. Lydia yawned, though she fought against it. Noon in Africa was 4 a.m. in Honeypot. She'd napped and planned for this call, but could not fight off the morning grogginess. Ethan smiled and blew her a kiss. That was it. It would be 2 days until their next talk. Lydia wondered if Ethan ever checked in with the office while he was away, or if she was the only hometown communication he had. Now that she was up, there was no returning to real sleep. If she drifted off now, horrible nightmares would disrupt her rest. Every time Ethan was away or working late, the pattern repeated. When Joan left, the terrors lasted for 3 weeks, every night before fading. After 20 years of marriage, she could not sleep without her husband in the house. It seemed impossible to make it through an entire REM cycle without Lydia waking up due to horrific images. She switched off her computer and reached for her cell phone. One screen exchanged for another. The missed call symbol flashed. No return number appeared and no message. She switched on a podcast and headed for the bathroom. After a healthy breakfast of Pop-Tarts, black coffee, and creamer, Lydia was restless. The scarcity of tinsel and evergreen made her feel even lonelier. She waited until a decent hour and called for reinforcements. Kat was attending to some trauma or other, but Flora carted both families' children over to Lydia's for lunch and decorating. With pizza set out, salad torn and tossed, and juice pouches at the ready, the children cheered and celebrated. Jess chattered about her own cheerless home as she scattered ornaments and models all over Lydia's living room. Eden giggled and played with the wooden animals from a hand-carved nativity. Eloise draped tinsel on the highest branches of the artificial tree. The boys assembled Ethan's Christmas train set with awe and care. Meanwhile, the mothers watched on, helping as needed, but leaving most of the fun to the children. "Where did you say you saw Ivy?" "You sure it wasn't Lewiston? That's where she lives." "Well, between here and there. Ashton's over 50 miles away from her." Flora detailed her account once again, down to the farewell hug. "I didn't like leaving her there, but I didn't know what else to do." "Ivy's smart. I'm sure she knows what she's doing. But I can't get over her being in Ashton. I wonder if Emily has heard from her yet." Did Emily's mother live in Ashton? Maybe the family reunited earlier than expected, and Ivy was staying with them through the season. Lydia tried to shake off her something's wrong radar and put on her it's none of your business cap. It didn't work. The girls' absence from their appointment, lack of communication, appearance at the bus stop, and now in Ashton was gnawing at her. Winter was a weird time of year for taking to the roads. There were few stops between the surrounding cities and the town. It was far too cold to walk. Plus, Sunlight only brightened Pottersville from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., December through February. Lydia called Ivy, the day Emily questioned her, but someone disconnected Ivy's phone. She hunted down Ivy's stepfather's number and rang him, only to have a very vague woman answer. The woman didn't know who Ivy was, let alone if she had lived in the house. She tried the same number another night just to have Ivy's stepfather hang up on her. If Ethan was home, she would have talked it out with him. He would have gone to work and searched the police reports for information. He would have called Mr. Mike and used his authority as sheriff to get a conversation started. Maybe even an impromptu search going for the girl. But Ethan was on a different continent. Lydia wasn't sure what her next step should be. Where was the line between being helpful and being nosy? At night, her inner voice nagged her to get up and search for the girl. During the day, life, appointments, lonesomeness for her family, and phone calls from friends distracted her thoughts away from her pupil. It wasn't any of her business. Her interference could make things worse for Ivy. Then again, how could she call herself a light for Christ if she didn't use what she had to shine in the darkness? She jotted down notes from Flora's encounter. It wasn't like she had anything better to do. She would find Ivy. She concluded that taking Emily, Ivy's friend, to dinner was her first move. When Lydia thought it over, she had no excuses for not getting more involved with the kids who lived at Mission House. She had a nice home, a comfortable life, and plenty of time. That time wasn't given to her so she could serve only herself, but so she could help others. As Kat kept reminding her, she was still young. 39 was middle-aged, but it was far from decrepit. She knew Ethan would be up for it upon his return. With his youthful transformation, he was ready for any new venture. Emily dressed up for the occasion. That is, she brushed her hair and spritzed on too much baby-soft perfume. Lydia made a mental note to gift Mission House with fresh toiletries. Lotions, perfumes, even makeup were everyday items to Lydia, but were luxurious to the needful teens. Ivy and I go way back. When her Meemaw was still living, she would bring her to VBS every year. I think I was 7 when we met. She might have been 9. Emily munched on her mushroom ravioli as if it were a delicacy and not a normal menu item. When Miss Anne died, Don turned mean. Well, no, he'd always been mean. Just Miss Annie was always there to protect Ivy. She was an awesome old lady. More than once she took me in, too. The girl drained her 4th cherry Coke. Lydia delighted in spoiling the teen. She munched the edge of a breadstick and was an attentive audience of one. Emily talked in massive detail as if no one had ever listened to her before. Likely no one has, Lydia surmised. There was one summer I lived with her and Ivy for 2 months. They were some of the happiest times of my life. Dawn was on a job in another state, and it was just us 3. She made us dinner every night. On Fridays, she made us chocolate chip cookies from scratch. I would have been happy with the tube cookies, but she'd break out the flour and turn on old country music and mix them up. Just for us. She was amazing. Lydia allowed Emily to daydream on her happy summer. When the girl's blue eyes returned to the restaurant, she began her questions. Is there anyone in Ashton that Ivy would visit? Not that I know. Emily dredged a corner of her last ravioli through creamy garlic sauce. But I saw her in Ashton before Thanksgiving. That's when she told me she'd be in town the next week, for her appointment with you. She was going to visit me afterwards. What was she doing in Ashton in November? Same thing I was doing. I was there for my annual doctor's appointment. We chatted for a bit about boys, and then she had to leave to catch a bus. Any boy in particular? Emily blushed and pouted. Some boy somewhere didn't admire Emily in that same way she admired him. For me, no. But she was talking about seeing Martin Levere. I do not understand why she wanted to talk to him. Not after what he did to her. What did he do? He worked at the cell phone accessory kiosk in Lewiston Plaza. He flirted with her for a long time. Nothing major happened. Miss Annie didn't want Ivy dating until she was older. Then Miss Annie died, and they were instantly a couple. They even lived together for a bit. Then he ditched her and dated a waitress named Amber. Her blue eyes rolled. Does he live in Ashton? Emily shook her head and smiled at her refilled glass. Martin doesn't live in Ashton. He lives closer to Dawn. She sneered at both men's names. Do you want dessert? Emily's eyes sparkled at the idea of sweets. How about we order some? And maybe a serving of breadsticks for you to take home? Her young friend clapped with glee. Lydia flagged down a waiter and ordered. Emily stopped chatting as she waited for the promised dessert to arrive. A friend of mine said she saw Ivy at the Ashton Target. I know where that is. It's in the same center as my doctor's office. Their waiter set fresh slices of cheesecake on the table. Emily sunk a fork in her creamy cheesecake and then smeared the bite in the garnish of melted chocolate. Lydia observed Emily as the girl ate and talked. The teen's girl-like mannerisms and excitements, her woman-like experiences and disappointments, and her inconsolable optimism colored every simple memory and every single story. Lydia loved this new friend and added her name to her mental prayer list. Chapter 9. Rehearsals raged on. 2 hours of timing, line reading, costume fitting, and choir practice rolled into a hairy mess of noise. With her shepherds out with a stomach bug, Kat had the handful of wise men pulling double duty. Sam, also known as Joseph, ran lines with Hannah, Mary. He was having a blast hamming it up on stage, but was a world away from being the humble stepfather of the Savior. He was a wild, sarcastic ball of wit, dressed in a brown robe and sandals. Charmed by his comedy, the first 20 times he slaughtered his lines, Kat now fumed. Her hands shook under her clipboard every time he took the stage. Late-coming families disrupted rehearsals and then needed guidance to their proper places. Early-leaving families wanted Kat to email them anything they missed by exiting an entire hour before time. No one would listen to Kat's begging introduction, during which she groveled for everyone's attendance every night on time for the entire time. No one seemed to care about the pageant, yet everyone in the community demanded it still took place. Kat hosted entire conference calls that morphed from planning to complaining. Someone's daughter didn't like the itchy material of her camel outfit. Someone's son thought his robe was too girly and wanted a camouflage one instead. Then came cries of, why couldn't the children dress in whatever costumes they already owned? How come the Holy Family was on the stage the entire time but not the angels? Turmoil seemed to echo off of everything Kat touched. One kid was allergic to sheep, and another to the bales of hay. 3 families wanted to take part but would not make a single rehearsal due to basketball practice. They wanted their parts emailed to them, and a daily text shot their way with any new changes. One family couldn't be on stage the night of the performance, but insisted on rehearsing with everyone else. Kat had an entire composition book filled with special arrangements, personal preferences, and the calendars of every family in Honey Pot. Kat's family shared her frustration. It crinkled her expressions and wafted on her acidic breath. No amount of mints or Tums could keep her reflux at bay. She often forgot to eat, living instead on coffee and random bits of Christmas goodies. Her favorite Christmas traditions went ignored or put off until later. Cookie night established her family's Christmas tree habit. Their tree was the sole decoration up in the Miller home. Thad urged her several times to put up more tinsel and lights, but she pooh-poohed his suggestions. She had important matters to attend to. The entire community depends on me nailing this pageant. Now, her own child, blessed at being one of the main characters, was sabotaging her efforts. She couldn't handle it. 6 more days! She repeated this new mantra whenever the storm in her stomach sloshed. 6 more days and then never again. The Millers drove home to a dinner of macaroni and cheese with hot dog chunks. Jess hummed "God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen" while Sam interjected fart noises into the chorus. That was the final straw. Kat lost it. She swerved to the side of the road, tossed the car into park, and screamed. Loud and scary, her wordless holler terrified the children. Jess sobbed, swallowing the sound so as not to add to the tension. Sam, agitated by the outburst, kicked the back of the passenger seat and tossed hateful sneers toward his horrified sibling. Kat witnessed it all and did nothing to stop it. Inside, she raged, cursing herself and the town and then herself again. By the time her emotions settled, she was numb and unable to feel any concern for her dependents or her fellow drivers. She pulled back onto the street and rushed home on autopilot. Sam, the first to recenter, tucked Jess under his arm and led her to his bedroom. He curled around her on the floor and whispered prayers for their mother. Jess allowed herself to wilt on his shoulder, and they huddled together, listening as Kat tossed around pots and pans. When Thad arrived home, Kat was too distraught to speak. He didn't bother trying to talk with her. Their communication had been curdled with Christmas angst since Black Friday. He passed her by and found his children. They rushed to him. Thaddeus Miller prayed for something to straighten out Kat. The library was not a busy place during Christmas. Pottersville youth did not enjoy wasting away their vacations on furthering their education. They built men and forts when it snowed, played video games when it hailed, and enjoyed hiking on a day filled with light rain. Lightning meant more creative entertainment. Sometimes movies at the theater, sometimes foosball in the garage, and sometimes less savory activities. But the library never made the list. Emily paced the YA section, checking her phone for the time or text. She eyed the book spines and flipped open the occasional hardcover. Emily considered taking a couple back with her to keep her story straight. Mr. Mike was always looking deep into everyone's activities. Since Emily's mother was so close to reconciling with her daughter, Mr. Mike was extra attentive to her whereabouts. Sometimes kids and parents could not bear to be apart for another minute. Often they would meet in private for a quick hug and an update. Sometimes these meets were harmless. More often they left emotional scars on the child. Either way, it violated court orders and could ruin the chance at a true reunion. Emily knew the risks and wouldn't dare ruin her chance to go home. She stuck around town and chose to visit with friends as her main distraction. Her friend was late. That was not unlike her. Emily resigned herself to wait for Ivy. She grabbed a vampire romance and a historical drama and headed to the comfiest-looking armchair. She curled her feet onto the cushions and snuggled into reading. Entranced with her novel, Emily didn't notice the sky darken and the library patrons vacate. She finished the last chapter as the librarian announced closing time. Ivy still hadn't shown. Emily huffed, dropped her book on the return rack, and drudged home feeling both anxious and abandoned.
I don't have a daughter, woman. I've told you that twice. I will tell you one more time, and then I'm gonna get mean. I don't have a daughter.
In a dirty t-shirt and cargo shorts, Ivy's stepfather belly-bounced Lydia off of his front porch. A woman standing in the threshold of the screen door stared into the yard, processing the scene and hiding her alarm. Lydia almost fell, rear first, onto the browned lawn. She couldn't fathom the man's belligerent behavior. Even his mailbox tractor attacked her. As soon as Dawn turned away, she took a quick picture of his house with her cell phone. Her funny bone injury electrified her arm. She rubbed it and noticed next door's kitchen curtain swing into place. Lydia walked to the turquoise front door and slipped a post-it through the mail slot. "I'm a friend of Ivy's. Do you know where she is? Lydia." Her telephone number acted as a postscript. Sounds of mounting frustration rumbled from the house next door. Lydia hurried to her car and sped away. She had no destination. She only wanted off the same street as Dawn, the disgusting rage machine. She pulled into a drive-thru and ordered a beverage. Her nerves were frayed and scattered. Ethan would be livid if he figured out Lydia was hunting down a missing person alone. Her buddies would happily join in, but it was Christmas time, and she was the only one without family obligations. Riddled by inner debate, Lydia drove back to Honey Pot. Why should she worry about Ivy? If Ivy needed or wanted her help, she could have called. Now her phone was out of service. She struggled between worry and apathy the entire ride home. Worry won out. She couldn't keep silent. She needed to find that girl. Something was wrong. There had been thefts, small and huge. Then an abandoned car that led to nowhere, a bloody sleeping bag, and a name tag. Lydia expected Ivy's stepfather to be a painful person to encounter. Ms. Annie told her as much, titling him the Treasure, but his true nature was shocking. Ms. Annie had only hinted at the level of upheaval her home life counted as normal. Lydia remembered how concerned over Ivy her grandmother had been. She was determined to help the girl get her free from Lewiston and dependency on Don Hooper. Ms. Annie would have succeeded, Lydia had not a doubt, if she lived just 2 years longer. It was not to be. Now, her missing granddaughter was in more peril than either woman considered plausible. There was one last lead for Lydia to track down. Kat's hair was in a messy bun. Not in an online tutorial designer messy bun fashion, but in the I haven't washed my hair for a week, resprayed and repinned messy bun style. Lydia tried not to stare at her friend's haphazard hair day horror, but it kept drawing her attention. Throughout Pastor Dean's blessing over the senior center, her eyes shot, undeterred, to the tangled nest. Lydia completely missed the ending amen. She still had her head bowed when Emily approached. "Hiya, Lydia!" The teen threw her hands in the air and waved. Though only 10 feet away from her friend, she continued to rally until Lydia returned the gesture. She must have enjoyed dinner. Lydia felt instant guilt. She asked Emily to dinner only to pump her for information about Ivy. Seeing what a small amount of attention could do, she wanted to get to know Emily for Emily, and not for clues in her investigation. The girl smiled and shimmied over to Mr. Mike, gathering up gifts to hand out to the elderly. "Mike's calling you." Emily motioned to the tall, muscular man standing near the piano. Lydia nodded and walked over.
"Emily hasn't stopped talking about the other night."
His gray eyes pierced into Lydia's chocolate ones. Mr. Mike was always searching out motive and intent in the volunteers that served his kids. He was always on guard and doing what he could to prevent disaster. He was straightforward and direct when examining adults who affected the lives he rescued. Lydia shrunk back as he dove into her thoughts.
"Emily will not make it back to her mother before Christmas. It would be great if you would host her for the holiday. Nothing special needs to be done. Just someone to be with. I'll even send a couple donated gifts to you ahead of time. It wouldn't cost you more than lunch and a headache."
He glanced toward Emily and grinned.
Man, can that girl talk.
Embarrassed that she'd never considered hosting a teen for Christmas, Lydia agreed to the idea. Even if Joan were at home, inviting one more for the day wouldn't be a bother. "I'd enjoy that," she responded. Mr. Mike examined her face once more before he slapped his hands together in approval and said,
"I'll set it up."
Then he walked away as if the conversation never happened. Lydia joined Kat and the teens. She watched kids without parents love on parents without kids. Kat and the younger children decorated the huge plastic tree, dusting it as they worked. Emily read to Mrs. Lloyd, the center's oldest resident. She repeated and emphasized the same paragraphs and pages until the geriatric acknowledged the effort, with a soft pat on Emily's knee. Emily was a good girl. Lydia wasn't naive enough to assume Emily was always helpful and cheery. Trauma begets drama. Sometimes hurt people live hurtful lives. Emily hosted a lot of both trauma and hurt. Though Emily welcomed Lydia to the party, she spent the last hour avoiding her. Even reading to Mrs. Lloyd appeared a diversion from direct conversation. Lydia let it go. Maybe she'd pushed too hard at dinner. She'd send her one formal and fancy invitation to Christmas dinner, and then call her a few days later. Perhaps the distance would shrink by then. The following afternoon, Lydia sat in the restaurant wondering what she had been expecting. She was hoping the M on the black and gold card was the same Martin on the restaurant name tag. Factoring in the odds he was also working on this particular day on this particular shift made Lydia seem nuttier. She ordered dinner, even though she'd eaten on the drive up to Lewiston. Then she waited, praying for help from above. Ivy had been in Honey Pot and something had happened. Since no one noticed the exact day Ivy went missing, Deputy Gus refused to file a missing person report. Don, her stepfather, was less than helpful and refused to offer any information to anyone who asked. He denied living in the same house as anyone named Ivy, even though common knowledge suggested the opposite. He even refused to admit Ivy was his stepdaughter. No clues leading to boyfriends or jobs or runaway possibilities slipped from his lips when interrogated. He left investigators confused and Lydia perturbed. Though evidence pointed to him being a violent, despicable man, nothing led Deputy Gus to think Dawn manufactured her disappearance. Even Kat and Flora had accounts of seeing Ivy in a healthy state after her supposed vanishing. Flummoxed, Lydia was certain Ivy needed her support. But Lydia was helpless to give it. Her prayers and nightmares reflected her deep concern and worry over the girl.
"Your potato skins and a side salad."
Lydia's waiter, Ben, set the food down without a clink of the dishes.
"You need refill?"
He poured iced tea without waiting for an answer and pandered to another table. Lydia picked at her food, pretending to enjoy it. No Martin name tag passed. She would have to ask. Next time Ben came near her, she waved him over. "More tea?" Her glass was still brimming. "I'm looking for someone. Martin Levere? Is he in today?" Ben's brows slanted in opposition to his plastered-on smile. Lydia's internal radar flared. Married to a sheriff for 20 years hadn't left Lydia without super senses. She often had notions about people, glimpses of their inner selves and hidden motivations. She had a bad impression of Ben, just like she had a foreboding about Ivy. Ben knew Martin, and knew him well. She covered her heebie-jeebies with a smooth countenance and steady voice.
"Never heard of him."
Ben laid down a napkin and utensil set, even though it was unneeded. "I heard he worked here. Maybe if I spoke to the manager, he could let me know which restaurant he works at."
Sure."
Ben exited, to the back, with a casual shrug and a hurried step. His voice was loud enough to identify, but not clear enough to understand. Another male tone joined his conversation. Lydia remained cool, craning an ear toward the beverage center, but not making eye contact. A waitress left the back, and the swinging door revealed Ben scuffling to the nearest window, facing the parking lot.
"Dude, that's her truck."
The doors closed before she could catch the face of Ben's counterpart. Lydia peeked out the window at her own vehicle. "Beans and rice!" She huffed and took a deliberate sip of tea. Ethan's "I might be a sheriff, but my wife's the boss" joke bumper sticker stood out like a beacon of doom. She'd forgotten it was there. Mr. Levere, Lydia surmised, rocketed over the counter and out the front doors of the restaurant. His face was indistinguishable, other than the blur of panic and adrenaline plastered across it.
"Well, that looks innocent."
His buddies shouted encouragement in the form of curses and fist-pumping. Lydia rolled her eyes. She'd have to run after him, she supposed. But she'd worn her cute boots, and the restaurant had hardwood flooring. If she attempted a sprint, she would wind up sprawled out on the floor. She needed to figure out where Martin hid and get there ahead of him. A timid worker bumped her tray into Lydia's shoulder as she passed to clear the next table. The fist pumper retreated to the back of the restaurant, glaring one more time at Lydia. Lydia scooped up her jacket and made for the door when a small, purple-nailed hand grabbed her shoulder. "Can we talk?" the busser whispered. Lydia nodded, reluctant to let Martin get away, but happy to have a better reason than footwear not to bolt after him. I'm off in 10 minutes. Lydia lowered her voice to match the quiet girl's. I'll be waiting in the blue pickup out front. I'll have the heater running. Without another word, the girl wiped the table down with a bleach-covered rag and moved to the next table. Lydia, certain she wasn't receiving any more service from Ben, left cash to cover her uneaten order and left her booth. Diners speculated and gestured about the running youth and his grand hurdle over the counter. Chapter 10. Kat texted Lydia, checking in on her adventure, while Lydia waited in the warming cab of her truck. She responded with thumbs up and an update of her location. Ethan would be proud of her, informing her friends of her whereabouts, and horrified that she placed herself in danger. She jumped when the young worker knocked on the truck window. The girl's nervous smile evoked Lydia's compassion. She unlocked the passenger door. So, before we get talking, what's your name? I'm Lydia. My husband and I live in Honeypot. The girl locked her door and rubbed her hands together in front of the heater vent. I'm Tammy. Nice to meet you, Tammy. Is there any place you'd like me to drive you? The girl nodded and adjusted her purse strap. Yes, please. Just drive away before Ben sees me talking to you. Yes, ma'am. Lydia drove away, pulling on the road with no destination in mind. The further from the restaurant the truck rolled, the easier Tammy breathed, and the less she checked the side mirror. Ben must be a real treat to have you so scared. You hungry? I could use dessert. But you ate. Some of the staff members made me lose my appetite. Let's snag a cinnamon bun. Tammy grinned. When she smiled, she looked too young to be working. Lydia chose not to pry, but tried to let Tammy relax. They ate their sticky treats in the warmth of Lydia's truck. Tammy took a deep breath and began her tale. You were looking for Martin? I heard Ben talking to him in the back. I'm looking for a girl named Ivy. She's about your age. I was wondering if Martin might know where she is. Oh, I don't know an Ivy, but I know Martin and Ben. I wish I didn't. After Christmas, I'm quitting the restaurant just to get away from them. Tammy slurped on her hot chocolate and shivered. They're creeps. I got that feeling. Your feeling is right. Martin and Ben know a lot of girls. A bunch of girls show up at work, asking for them anyway. You're the first lady to ask for them. When Martin ran away, I figured if you scared him, you might be a decent person. Or I wouldn't have gotten in the truck with you. Tammy stared at Lydia, taking her in for the first time, realizing what a stupid thing she'd done. So, how can I help you, Tammy? Martin and Ben know a lot of girls, like I said, but not in a good way. There are girls who come in. They act all flirty and too sugary sweet. But the girls who come to see Martin, they're empty, old in the eyes. Some are my age, some are a bit older, but all of them look dead inside. Why do you think? I don't know. I don't want to know. I think once you know, it's too late to get away. There was this cute girl from my school. I don't remember her name, but I recognized her. She used to wear cartoon shirts and ponytails. She bounced with life. Do you understand what I mean? Lydia visualized and nodded. Well, she came in once all bouncy and young and came back in a couple of weeks later. Empty. No ponytail, no color, just nothing. I mean, she looks the same, but something is different. Wrong, somehow. I know it sounds stupid, but... No, you're making sense. I can see it. Please continue. What does Martin have to do with it? I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but I can't shake the weird sense I have. I've seen the drug heads in my school, and sometimes a girl will wander in, and I can tell she's on something. But these girls aren't. Well, at least not at first. All I know is that something horrible is happening. Tammy leaned closer to Lydia and whispered, Once, I saw a girl come and talk to Martin. He had her sit at a table with a man, some guy older than you. She talked with him a while and then they left. That same girl came back 2 hours later. No smile and no guy. Martin made her sit with some other man. I had to leave before I saw what happened, but it gave me a spooky feeling.
Lydia grimaced. She suspected it was worse than Tammy understood, but didn't want to scare the girl.
When I first worked at the restaurant, Ben was sweet. He'd help me with my work and give me extra tips. He'd even drive me home. But then once,
the teen trembled.
He tried to kiss me and I backed away. I mean, he was nice, but I'm not looking for a boyfriend. He got upset and left me at the gas station by my house. I had to walk the rest of the way home. He and Martin started saying nasty things to me at work when no one was around, but the manager caught them and put an end to it. Now they act like I don't exist. Honestly, I prefer it that way.
I don't blame you. There's something going on there. Stay away from them.
Relieved someone was listening, Tammy continued. Then a few weeks ago, this girl comes in. Not an empty girl. This girl was sad, but not a zombie like the others. She wanted to talk to Martin, and he followed her outside to chat. At first, I noticed he was super nice. Then she must have said something he didn't like because I swear I saw him hit her, right in the face.
What did you do?
I told the manager, and he checked the security feed. But they were standing out of sight of the camera. All we could see was a girl walking away, crying. She got in her pink car and drove away. Martin came back in.
A pink car? What kind of car?
One of those Herbie cars. Not the new kind, the old ones.
Lydia clapped, startling Tammy with her reaction. That's Ivy. You saw Ivy. Do you remember anything else about her?
Tammy grinned, happy to help. Not a lot, just that she had blue hair.
Lydia refrained from hugging the girl. Thrilled to have something to go on, she prayed aloud. Tammy just stared at her in wonder and concern. Do you know Jesus, Tammy?
Yes, ma'am. I've just never seen anyone talk to him out loud like that, like he's sitting with us in the truck.
Don't you believe he is?
I guess so. I haven't thought about it before.
Tammy, are you certain you can't quit your job before Christmas? I don't like sending you back to the restaurant.
Tammy shrugged. I'm trying to buy presents for my little brother. Mom's been working 2 jobs, and I know we won't have enough money to make it a good Christmas for him. He's only 7. He's too little to let that happen.
Lydia forced her tears to stay in her eyes. God had sent her this girl. She would not let another one slip by unseen. How about we do some shopping together? I'll help you any way I can. My only condition is you quit that job today. Don't go back, not even to pick up a paycheck. Do you understand? Tammy nodded and cried. She placed her head on Lydia's shoulder, and Lydia prayed passionately over the entire situation. After hitting up any shops nearby and purchasing enough presents to load the back cab of the truck, Lydia drove Tammy home. She stayed and explained her worries to Tammy's mother, who wept over the protection God provided her sweet daughter. Lydia left her phone number for Tammy and her family. She hugged her goodbye long after the early sun had set. Tammy's mother, Ida, walked Lydia to the truck. I can't explain my fear and my thankfulness. Lydia waved it off. God is good, but I have to tell you, my husband is the Pottersville sheriff. I will be telling him about Tammy and Martin and Ben. You may get a call from him or another sheriff. Ida understood and bid her benefactress a Merry Christmas, waving to her long after Lydia could see her. Kat, I'm leaving Lewiston right now. I have troubling news about Ivy. Are you free to talk tonight? Sure. Kat's voice crackled through the stereo speakers. She continued chatting, but only every other word came through. I can't understand you, Kat. I'll call you when I get home. Prostitution. Lydia never suspected prostitution. Everything about Tammy's narrative pointed to a young, persuasive pimp using lonely girls to move his business.
Lydia's skin rebelled against her memory of sitting in a booth surrounded by monsters. Had Ivy fallen prey to this lifestyle? Was she hurting somewhere? Or worse, trapped? Lydia didn't expect so. After her fight with Martin, Ivy had made it to her own vehicle and driven away. That didn't mean Martin had let her go. He could have followed her to Honey Pot. With Emily's information added to the mix, Lydia worried more. Emily said Ivy once dated the beast. That added a whole new element of danger to her disappearance. Lost in pensive prayer and driving in the dark, Lydia almost didn't notice the blue Honda. It joined her on the road a block from Tammy's house. Kat called back, causing Lydia to shriek and toss her hands in the air. She sent the call to her car speakers. "You terrified me," she snapped at her friend. Panicked, she quickly scanned her mirrors and spotted the car. Kat was chattering at her, rapid fire. Lydia couldn't discern a single word. Her knuckles arched around her steering wheel as acid shot up her throat. Swallowing it down and silencing the shivering in her voice, she spoke steadily and slowly at Kat. "I'm being followed. It's a blue Honda." Kat jabbered, unaware as Lydia repeated herself. "Kat, I'm being followed." "Well, speed up." Kat spouted commands, and Lydia's foot obeyed. She jolted down the stretch. "Is it the same car from Ivy's? The one you were telling us about?" "I think so." The dark car loomed right behind Lydia's tailgate. Lydia shoved her foot harder toward the ground. The truck sputtered in strained obedience. The Honda responded in kind, drawing even closer than before. "Is he still behind you?" Lydia nodded, though her friend couldn't see her. Her voice wouldn't cooperate. Sweat pooled between her palms and the wheel, even as the snow flurried outside. Lydia thanked God that Ethan had put on snow tires before Thanksgiving. Bumper shoved fender. The truck wiggled, reckless on the frozen road. The gas, full on, wouldn't give Lydia any more speed. The little Honda was newer, faster, and sleeker. Lydia would have to rely on her experience to shake him. She lessened her pressure on the pedal and received another metallic punch. Kat yelped over the line. Lydia counted aloud with her eyes focused on the rear view. The Honda slowed, recalibrating and strategizing. She had one shot at throwing off her stalker. If she timed it wrong, the vehicles would collide and she would spin out. The truck slowed beneath her. She listened to the Honda's engine rev up. He'd strike again in just a few seconds. Lydia prayed and took a huge breath before cutting the wheel and rocketing into the other lane. The Honda, ready to ram, flashed past her before he noticed she'd swapped over. His brakes hollered and the smooth ride fishtailed before shooting into a snowdrift. Lydia's truck, still near top speed, left the driver behind. "Dear Jesus!" Lydia's voice was louder than intended. "Lydia! Lydia!" "I'm okay, Kat. I'm okay. Where's the other car?" "He spun out into the snow." Lydia pumped her brakes, letting the truck roll to a much more manageable speed. "Good." Lydia circled back and cruised next to the wreck. The driver's face lay smashed on the airbag. He wasn't moving. "Dear God, he may be dead." No, Lydia. Don't do it. Come home. I've got Thad calling the paramedics right now. Just come home." "I can't leave him." "At least keep me on the line." "Okay, just be quiet." Kat went silent, save for a sporadic jagged breath. Lydia put on gloves, her pea coat, and a beanie before exiting the truck. She scanned the horizon and left the truck idling with the parking brake on. She tucked her cell phone under the strap of her bra and walked back to the wreck. The snow paused in its course. No one's around. The windows of the car are all steamed up. Keep listening. Kat's breathing went deep and then silent again. Lydia pictured her tough gal pal holding it in and straining to hear every footstep. There's someone in there, but they're not moving. Kat's end rustled, but she didn't speak. "I'm opening the door." She tugged, but the car wouldn't open. "It's stuck.
I'm going to the other side. Lydia pulled on the passenger door. It popped free, tossing her backward onto the ground. From her seated position, she saw the driver. He was breathing, but not doing well. She wasn't sure if he was even alive until he spoke.
You!
He choked and passed out. Lydia climbed into the car and tried to revive the young man. His dead weight was too much for her to handle. She felt his spine and his neck, but the only obvious injury was his head. A cut bled through the quickly crusting wound. I'll be right back. She hustled to her car and grabbed a bottle of water.
What's happening?
Kat whispered through the line. I've got an injured driver, bleeding from the head. Thad is on the phone with Lewis and paramedics. They're on their way to you. Stay on the line. Lydia snatched her emergency duffel bag from her back seat and rushed to the other car. The driver was still out. He rested back against the headrest of his seat. He moaned and opened his eyes. I have water. Drink some. Holding the bottle to his lips, the injured man lapped up a small amount before he faded. His last gulp dribbled down his chin and onto his shiny name tag. Martin, Lydia whispered too low for Kat to hear, and continued to care for the man. When paramedics arrived, they found Lydia applying pressure to his head wound and shivering from the shock. They wrapped her in a blanket and led her back to her truck to question her. Martin was in the ambulance and gone before the chill left Lydia's bones. Kat and Thad pulled up in their minivan as the police finished gathering their information. Lydia fell into Kat's arms, too miserable to talk. She'd fill the girls in later. For the moment, Chapter 11. Emily rapped on Lydia's door until her knuckles ached. She rang and rang the bell while hopping from foot to foot. On my way, Lydia called from inside the house. The knot in Emily's throat loosened just enough for her to catch a full breath. Lydia's eyes popped at the unexpected guest. She ushered Emily inside, and the teenager nearly ran into the living room. Lydia took a glance around the block, from the safety of her front door. Nothing stood out as abnormal or menacing. Was someone chasing you? Emily just shrugged. They could have been. Emily plopped recklessly onto the couch. She tossed her grimy boots over its arm and flung herself back. Lydia smiled. Joan often struck the same hapless and dramatic pose of frustrated surrender. It tickled Lydia that Emily felt safe enough to do the same. Then again, the girl might just lack decent manners. Who could have been chasing you? Lydia sat in the easy chair opposite the couch. It smelled of Ethan's cologne. She snuggled up mentally to her absent husband. I'm not sure. I'm just scared. Emily laced her fingers together and twisted them in worry. She bit her lip until Lydia was afraid it would bleed. Well, as long as Mr. Mike gives his permission, you're welcome to stay on my couch until you feel safe. I'd love to offer you more than a place to hide. I would love to help you, but I would need to know what's going on. What's made you so afraid? Emily sat up straight and stared into the Christmas tree lights. You will be mad. It's possible. I will promise to listen with an open mind. Go ahead, when you're ready. I lied to you, but I had to, I promised. You don't understand. You've got this nice house and a nice family. We have none of that. We only have our friends, but they move and change. Who is we? Emily's eyes shot from the ornaments to Lydia and then back. Me and Ivy? Lydia struggled to keep her expression steady and not attack the child with questions. I've been talking to her. After you asked me about her the first time? Then she's safe? Though her face hid her frustration and fear, her voice echoed in excitability. Emily crumbled back onto the couch cushions. Lydia sank to her knees. She was positive horrible news was coming. She comforted the misguided girl. Emily took her nearness as an invitation of solace and flung herself on Lydia's neck, soaking her shoulder in tears. Finally, she said,
I don't know. I haven't heard from her in 9 days.
9 days? Lydia added up all the damage that could happen to a teenage girl in 9 days' time.
She also remembered that Martin Levere wasn't in the hospital for 7 of those 9 days. Emily took Lydia's expostulation as pointed wrath and separated from the embrace. She propped herself against the couch and dried her eyes. We had a system. She was afraid of being caught and being sent back to Don. I can't imagine what he'd do to her if that happened.
Would Don hurt her?
Would he? He has, more than once. Miss Annie kept her safe, but once Miss Annie died, it all changed. He'd show up in her room late at night, drunk and stupid and angry. He'd try to, do worse than hit her. She always got out somehow. She said it was God's hands helping her. But why would God put her in that situation in the first place? Why would God do that to anyone?
A conversation for another time, Lydia thought as she said, That's a tough question.
Rumor has it, Don murdered Ivy's mother, long before Miss Annie was living with them. Ivy remembers Don beating her mom. Ivy's mother taught her to sneak next door and wait it out. She doesn't remember how her mom died. She was too little at the time, and Don would never tell her.
What about Miss Annie? She must have known what happened.
Nope. She moved in afterward, Emily said.
Why did she let Don stay?
Don threatened to take Ivy away. Miss Annie thought he'd just leave one day and never come back. He did leave a lot, but he always came back.
Do you think Don has Ivy now?
Emily blubbered. I don't know. I'm scared. Really scared. I'm the only one who knew where Ivy was. We met up every other day at the library. She'd hide in the bathroom and I'd bring her snacks. But I've gone every day and she hasn't shown up. That's not like her.
Have you tried calling her again? Lydia resituated on the cushion next to Emily. She took down her favorite movie quilt and wrapped it around her young friend. Emily wept.
She doesn't have it. She told me Martin took it from her.
Martin Levere? Lydia's skin bristled at the creep's name.
She went to him for help, I guess.
Bile rose in Lydia's throat. How bad was Don that Martin was the safer option?
He only made things worse, and then took her phone. She worried he'd follow her to Honey Pot. I guess he tried, but didn't make it. I heard about the wreck.
News makes the rounds quickly here. If you're not afraid of Martin or Don, who are you afraid of?
Martin has friends. Some show up at the mission. Mr. Mike sees through them and kicks them out, but they come from time to time. One of Martin's friends knows I'm there. He also knows I'm a friend of Ivy's. I'm terrified.
Martin might not have completed his last trip, but that doesn't mean he didn't get to Ivy before. Then there was his friend. He must have known Martin's hunting grounds. Perhaps he had Ivy. Heavy with heartache, Emily laid her head on Lydia's knee and bawled until she fell asleep. Lydia sat there, stroking Emily's hair for a good while, gathering her thoughts and planning her next action. She rose and delicately placed Emily's pile of blonde hair on a throw pillow. She called Mr. Mike, informing him of Emily's location and important tidbits of their talk. Mr. Mike would be extra cautious with guests to the mission. Though Gus didn't succumb to the snickerdoodle bait, nothing was wrong with trying again. This time Lydia made a pan of monkey bread from a batch of cinnamon rolls. Emily helped. Don't worry. She comforted the teenager for the 10th time in the last 5 minutes. I'm not turning you in. I'm not even going to spill your secret, but I'll tell him you spoke with Ivy 9 days ago and that you're anxious. He may ask you some questions, but you don't have to worry. Mr. Mike will meet us there. He'll take you back to the mission. He's also on the lookout for Martin and his friends. Emily rolled a buttery dough ball in sugar. She absorbed Lydia's reassurance as she switched from paranoid to trusting. Gus plowed his way through 2 plates of the warm Christmas-time treat, while Emily spilled her story. To Lydia and Mr. Mike's delighted surprise, Emily poured out detail after detail.
Gus took notes between bites. Mr. Mike gave names to the monsters he knew of, and the nicknames of their friends.
Well, that explains the cell phone we found in Martin's car. It was no longer connected, but had your number in its contacts. I was trying to figure out what Lydia Everett was doing on a sleazebag's call list. Now it makes sense.
Has Martin come around? Lydia inquired, running her finger through the leftover cinnamon glaze and licking it off. Emily mimicked her. The glaze was delicious.
He woke up this morning, but he doesn't feel like talking. Thankfully, he's too dumb to ask for a lawyer, yet. We've got the finest-looking nurse on duty asking him questions. She's married to a Lewiston deputy.
Gus winked. Emily stiffened at the news of Martin's wakeful state. Lydia noticed her distress. She took Emily's small hand in hers.
He's not getting close to Honeypot, not for a while,
Gus assured Emily.
And his friend? He was on parole. Emphasis on was. He's being held for multiple issues and is telling tales that should get Martin put away.
Did you contact Tammy's mother? Gus nodded.
She was very helpful. So was the manager. He gave us security tapes without us having to ask. Lewiston is on it. That means I'm off of it. I won't be getting new info, only requests for more information.
What about Ivy? Did Martin say anything? Does he know where she is? Lydia added. Gus frowned.
He swears he hasn't heard from Ivy for weeks.
Can we officially file a missing person report for her now?
Mr. Mike and Emily will have to help me with the paperwork. I'll send it out and see if someone from Lewiston or Ashton knows anything we don't.
Emily sighed, still worried about whether she'd made the right choice to confide in Lydia and come down to the police station. Concern for her friend overpowered her dedication to secrecy. A friend who hated your guts was much better than a friend in danger. Kat's head thrummed. It thrummed louder than her scratchy throat. It thrummed at the damage she'd caused her family. Pastor Dean was correct. The pageant had grown too heavy for her to carry. The shepherds were all healed, but now Mary and her 3 angel siblings had the dreaded stomach flu. Kat feared her children would catch it soon, just in time for the play. Thaddeus treated Sam and Jess to a movie night and sleepover with their grandparents. He sent Kat off to rehearsals without her children and with no explanation. She returned angrier than ever and took her frustration out on an unsuspecting pile of dirty dishes. She ranted as she scraped dried cereal crust from bowls. She fumed when she caught her thumbnail on a fork prong. When Thad arrived home, he found her asleep on the kitchen floor. Her blue boot was propped up on the kitchen stool. He poured himself and his dozing wife a cup of coffee and joined her on the floor.
Kat?
She woke with a defensive swing of her arm and eased when he placed a mug in her mitts.
Honey?
I know what you're going to say, so don't bother. You're going to tell me how horrid I've been, how the kids hate me, and how you're not too fond of me either. Like that's what I need right now.
Whoa now. Your fight is not with me. We both know that. I've given you room to figure it out on your own. You're just too stubborn to see it at the moment.
He offered her a shoulder to lean upon, which she reluctantly accepted. How long had it been since she'd let him hold her? Not since Black Friday, that was for certain.
The kids do not hate you.
She sniffled, despising her tears as weakness, and then hating that she judged herself. Why was she always doing that? No, but they're scared of me. That's worse.
Perhaps, but they're also scared for you. You're worrying them. Look around. What do you see?
Kat didn't need to move to know what he was saying. He continued.
A Christmas tree with ornaments other people have put on it. Where's the mouse advent calendar? The motion-activated snowman, the scented candles? What about the Christmas movies at night? That book about the Christmas log and the crepes? Where's all the stuff you put into Christmas?
I know, but the pageant. He kissed her head and shushed her.
The pageant is historical. It's a 2,000-year-old event. None of the details ever change. Why so much stress? What do you have to prove?
Kat stammered and shifted. I don't know, Thad. I don't know. I want to do it right. I want it to be the best.
You can't top the first one. Sorry. No matter how well you sew a sheep, you can't beat it. That's it. Stop trying. Just do your best and let everything else go.
That's easy for you to say, Kat pouted.
You've participated in these pageants for years. Every other one was great. Why is your own not good enough for you?
It's mine. That's why. It's me and everyone's watching, Kat said.
Who's watching and why are they watching you?
Everyone. And you're why. She punched at her husband's chest. He watched her astonished. She crumbled, spouting sentences without meaning and mumbling into his collar. You're the elder's kid, and I'm the painted woman from the city. I always have been. I was good enough for the church when I was a repentant single 20-something, getting her life straight. But then I had to go above my station and seduce the congregation's sweetheart. Thad chuckled. I didn't know I was seduced. Whoa, you're good. I'm serious. They don't look at me like they look at everyone else. Flora is the eccentric earth mama with the heart of gold. Lydia is the solid sheriff's wife with the missionary kid. And I'm the haphazard housekeeper, failing home educator, and horrible wife with a deplorable past.
Why does it matter what anyone thinks?
I don't know why it does, but it does. I'm trying the best I can to keep my past from sullying the kids' reputations. But I can't do enough to please them.
Who are these thems?
Thad pulled his wife closer. She sunk into his embrace, all her usual feist fiercely fading. You know who they are. It doesn't help for me to list them. Quilts aren't safe around me. Fruit platters beware. I bet they even think I snatched Lydia's purse. Thad laughed.
Oh, Kat, what have you done to yourself?
He kissed her temples and her cheeks as he chuckled over her paranoia. He wasn't poking fun at her, but couldn't contain his delight at the secret softness of her feelings. They sat until their legs cramped on the frigid floor. Thad crawled to the refrigerator and pulled out day-old bagel pizzas. Kat yanked a cookie sheet out of the cabinet, and they ate a cold dinner together, on the floor, drinking tea straight from the jug, and using a dishcloth as a napkin. Okay, Thad. Kat dusted her hands off on her pants and wobbled to her feet. I will make this right. I've got to finish some things at the building.
You have to?
I left some stuff out, and I need to straighten it up. I won't be more than a couple of hours, but if I do it now, I can finish and spend the whole day with the kids tomorrow. He smiled at her, with the same smile that had won her hard heart over.
I'll clean this up. Just don't take too long. Some other city lady may swoop in and seduce me.
Kat tossed a sponge at Thad's wavy black hair and staggered toward the garage. Her blue boots smacked a baseboard and she stumbled to the floor.
Nope, no one could top that sexy walk,
he called after her, smiling at her awkward blush. Alone in the silent building, Kat went to work piling up costumes and organizing the sets. She decided to cancel Wednesday night's rehearsal and shorten the rest of the week's schedule. She took time and care, accomplishing much, cutting out unnecessary lines to the play, adding in easier hymns, and simplifying the stage directions. It took 3 days to write her fabulous Christmas play, and in 2 hours she picked it apart and made her 45-minute masterpiece into a 10-minute synopsis and sing-along. It wasn't perfect, but it was manageable and should be fun. She silenced the nagging in her mind, but one small voice still called for attention. With no one around, Kat reverently, if not a tad dramatically, laid on the center aisle, face to the carpet, and prayed. Dear Lord, I keep on messing everything up. I always do. I've taken on too much for me. I knew better. I felt you were urging me to let it go, but I didn't listen. Now my family is hurting. I'm angry and frustrated, and I'm destroying the spirit of the entire celebration. Please heal the families that are sick. Please heal my heart and help me lean into your love. Please help this play reflect you and not me. Use it to touch the hearts of many and not build up my ego. Help me be okay with humility. In Jesus' name. With an amen still on her lips, Kat jumped to her knees as a loud scuffling resounded from above. A melancholy moaning marked the stillness, followed by more skittering. Surely God would not take down the entire building to save her from facing public disaster. She listened, still and focused. There was no wind howling outside. No rain pelted the stained glass. The sounds weren't weather-related. Her knees trembled. Kevin and Thad had debated the presence of a thief in the church building. Kat and her girlfriends refused to believe anyone, in their midst, would take off with the water well donations. But the money was gone. Perhaps it was time to consider there might be a wolf among the fold. Warily, Kat stalked to the back stairway. The sounds stopped. Standing as still as possible, she slowed her breath and continued to listen. 3 minutes. 6 minutes. No more noises. Just as she exhaled normally, 3 strong, solid raps shook the locked front doors. Kat peeked outside, red with embarrassment. Her startled squawk still echoed in her ears. "Yes?" She answered the visitor through the delivery intercom. Her cell phone clutched in her hand, ready to dial Thaddeus for backup.
Yeah, I've been waiting outside for 10 minutes. I tried texting. Do you still need a ride or what?
Kat peered out the peephole into the face of a male with disheveled hair. She wasn't sure if it was the style or if someone roused the young man from an adventurous dream. She guessed the latter. It was 2 a.m. after all. "I'm not sure what you're talking about," Kat said.
I got a call about an hour ago.
He nodded toward his Kia, the car service sticker on its rear window.
I'm here to drive a lady to Ashton. That's all I know. If that's not you, could you please let whoever else is in there know I'm waiting?
You must have the wrong church building. I didn't call for a ride.
This isn't you?
He pulled out his phone and read the number that had called for the service. It was Kat's. Let me check. She scanned her call log. Yes, her phone had made an outgoing call an hour ago. Between the time she was in the kitchen, rewriting the script, and the time she was praying on the carpet. Shivers racked her shoulders and she shuddered. Please wait right here a second. I'll be right out. Quick as she could, Kat snagged her coat and texted Thad. I'm coming home. Please be up when I get there. Something is going on. She opened the door and locked it behind her. Then she explained the mistake to the irritated chauffeur and soothed him with a cash tip. She started her van, looking in the back seat before entering, and watched the man race away before heading home. The lights of the sanctuary glittered behind her, but an uneasy fear followed her home. Thad was standing in the open garage with an aluminum bat in his hands when Kat pulled in. He met her at the driver's side door.
You okay?
She nodded and exited the car to enter Thad's arms. She explained the noises, the driver, and the phone call. Kat's news made him want to investigate for himself. Thad drove back to the building, with his wife in the passenger seat. She came with him, never more than an arm's length away as they surveyed the building. They entered every office, went into the storage basement, and examined closets together. On the attic landing, a rustling sounded, low and soft.
Stay here, babe,
Thad whispered. Yeah, right. She pecked his stubble-studded cheek. He unlocked the door and flipped on the switch rapid fire. Nothing. No animals, no movement. Just boxes. Boxes everywhere. Kat sneezed, her dust allergy ignited. She tried to smother her sneezing fit, but it made her eyeball feel like rockets about to launch. Thad eyed the room from the doorway. and switched off the light.
No one's here.
Thad double-checked the locks on the main doors. He turned the heater to low, switched on the emergency lights, and escorted his wife to their vehicle.
I've got no idea what happened. I would say you imagined it all. You know, with the big building, spooky corners, and creaky eaves. But then there's the driver.
Kat held tightly to Thad's hand all the way home.
Any way you could have butt-dialed for a ride?
Kat shrugged. Her adrenaline faded, and all she could manifest was her bed. It was 4 a.m. Thaddeus would go back to work at 9. The kids would be home at lunch, and both adults still needed to shower before sleep. Perhaps she dreamt the entire episode. Chapter 12. Extra money at Christmas was non-existent. Though Flora's goal was to instill intrinsic gratitude in her children, she loved blessing them with carefully selected presents. Their family never matched the gift extravaganza of other families they knew. Still, they were happy with their traditions. Each member received one gift to wear, one to read, one to play, and one wished-for item. Kevin and Flora stuck with their philosophy. It kept rooms tidy, hearts less entitled, and their checkbook in balance. Although Flora took on odd jobs, Christmas was tighter than ever. She scheduled the deep cleaning of the BFF building for Wednesday. The focus point of the morning was the baptismal. During the summer, her kids loved to help her with this job. But mid-December was much chillier than mid-June. Toes went numb minutes upon entry. She left them out of the wintertime cleanings. The office staff was already on half-days for Christmas and didn't come to work until after lunch. That made the building eerie. To shake off her nerves, Flora set up a playlist of instrumental Christmas jazz to pep up her routine. Before hitting play, a rustling in the kitchen startled her. She ignored it, though goosebumps defied her bravery. The building wasn't new and often creaked with its own aches and pains. They always alarmed her, but the thought of investigating them alone horrified her. Without a friend in tow, she was content continuing her cleaning schedule, but kept her phone closer than normal. Flora waded into the waters in an old pair of gym shorts and a rash guard. Her towel and robe waited just out of reach to rescue her from the chill. The front door to the sanctuary creaked and slammed, letting in a frosty shot of wind. Flora shivered and shrieked.
"Who's there?"
When no one answered, she snagged her gloves and the pool broom. Just as she got into a rhythm, the door repeated its shudder and slam. The air was colder than before, and Flora sneezed.
God bless you.
Flora's scream was silenced as she slipped under the water's crust. She wheezed upon resurfacing. Pastor Dean peeped over the edge of the baptismal.
I thought you weren't in.
The pastor struggled to remain unmoved, though amusement flickered across his smile. No, I've been here for a while, she explained as he handed her a towel and offered to grab her a cup of coffee. She declined the coffee and wrapped the towel around her hair. Going outside with wet hair in Honey Pot in winter could mean losing a few strands due to freezing.
I just came from my office to see if you needed help to open the supply room. But I see you've got it. You're already at work.
I've been here nearly an hour.
You didn't just come in? I thought I heard the doors open and close. But I didn't hear your kids, so I decided to check it out.
I'm alone today, but I heard the door too. I thought it was just the building acting its age. Flora pulled herself up the steps and wrapped her shoulders in her robe. Pastor Dean frowned. Flora's gooseflesh returned, but not as a reaction to the cold air hitting water droplets.
Well, I'll look around, but you're probably right.
Pastor Dean retreated, leaving Flora to dry off. The water felt strange on Flora's tan legs. It started to dry out her skin. It also smelled. Flora hoped the smell wasn't due to tile cleaner. She was allergic to most kinds of soap. Being immersed in a stringent detergent was definitely not soothing to her skin or good for her hair. Gathering up her dry clothes, she retreated to the baptismal prep room. Robes, shower caps, feminine products, and fresh towels stocked the shelves. Flora tugged the changing curtain closed and dried off. Pulling a t-shirt over her damp skin always started a wrestling match of will against fabric. She stumbled into the wall before claiming victory. A tiny baby shampoo package lay smashed beneath her. She bent to pick it up and knocked down a jar of hairbrushes, creating another chore for herself.
I didn't find anything,
Pastor Dean called down the corridor as Flora gathered her purse. He came to his office doorway to continue the conversation.
I'm glad you finished the baptismal today. The smell of bleach was driving my sinuses crazy. But I guess you need to let it sit a bit before you scrub.
Flora never used bleach, not even at home. She had specially designed cleaners and cloths she used to avoid harsh chemicals.
If you're on your way out, could you do me a favor?
Pastor Dean rubbed his eyebrows, clearly suffering from a headache. Of course. Flora responded dazed, sniffing her arm for hints of chlorine.
There's been a cat lurking outside my window, off and on all morning. It's been crying. It's about to make me loony.
Got it. I'll see what I can find. Flora drove her truck, its heater blasting slowly around the perimeter. It was too cold to walk the outside of the building, especially with damp hair. Her search produced nothing. Maybe a cat got inside the attic. That would definitely explain the weird noises. After an additional 30 minutes of searching, with not even a paw print of proof, Flora decided to give Pastor Dean the news. His headache woes would remain a mystery. She was going to head home. She hoped for a pleasant drive, a steamy shower, and a mug of Earl Grey. Lydia slept until 9 a.m. To be any help to anyone, she needed solid rest. She rolled over and switched on her silenced phone. There was one missed call, from Kat, ridiculously early that morning. Downstairs, she checked her message machine. What could Kat be freaking out about at 2 a.m., she thought. After executing the required steps, the message played gravelly and low. Lydia, it's Ivy. Please, I need help. Please, I'm... The call ended with a clatter and an anguished gasp. Oh, dear Jesus, please! Lydia prayed violently. She dialed up Gus in a panic and relayed the message to him. He calmed her with the promise of his quick arrival, and she hung up. Lydia flung on jeans, a t-shirt, and her winter wrap. Her clothes were chilly from the morning air. Lydia was ready, just as the lights from Gus's car lit up her driveway. Though he would object, most likely in loud, adamant tones, she planned to refuse his request to stay put. Being ready to go would help her in her mission. Gus listened to the message and then called the Millers. He rang Thaddeus, just in case Kat or her phone was in danger and needed to keep quiet. He didn't think they were, but Lydia insisted. Gus knew the woman well. He knew she would not stop when she had a serious intuition about something. Since Ethan was away, it was much easier to do what Lydia asked than fight her. Gus called the Hive bed and breakfast.
Yes, Thad, this is Gus. Are you all right? Yeah, just working. How can I help you? Is Kat at home? She should be. We had quite the wild night last night.
Gus nodded as he listened. Lydia paced.
What kind of wild night?
Thaddeus explained Kat's trek to the church building, the mystery driver, and the outgoing call on Kat's phone. He told Gus how the couple completed a quick search of the building and found nothing.
Does Kat have her phone now? As far as I know. What's going on, Gus? Not sure. Call Kat, will you? Tell her to meet Lydia and me at the BFF. Do you think Pastor Dean is there yet? Probably. Thanks. I'm sure Lydia or Kat will fill you in later. No doubt.
Flora was busy picking ice off of her windshield when Deputy Gus blazed up the drive with Lydia in his passenger seat. Warmth would have to wait. She sat beside Lydia in the kitchen as Pastor Dean and Gus talked in the pastor's office. Dean explained the noises he'd heard in the building, but nothing abnormal had happened since the stolen water well jar. Gus nodded and took notes. He then searched the building with Pastor Dean trailing behind him. Nothing appeared unusual until they reached the attic. The door was locked or jammed. Pastor Dean could not find the key. Kat walked up behind them, startling the men. Thad and I had it open last night. There was nothing to see.
Did you lock it behind you?
Gus asked. I'm not sure. I was exhausted. We probably did, but I'm telling you, it was the same old dusty boxes. Gus shrugged.
Okay.
He clapped his hands and started down the hall.
Keep searching for your key, but I think whoever was here must have left.
The deputy left the women gathered around the coffee machine. It's creepy to think someone else used my phone while I was in the other room. Worse, it might have been Ivy and something nefarious was going on. Kat polished off the last of her coffee. There's no proof that anybody was here at all. Do either of you know how to hack into someone else's phone? Flora asked. Yeah, Flora. In my career in the underground, I often bugged and cloned church lady cell phones. Morning Cat was a grumpy cat. She caught her attitude after uttering the words and apologized. It's fine. I was only being hopeful. Flora smoothed a stray gray strand from her face. I've got to get home. Kevin's got the kids, but I needed to be back an hour ago. She stood up and stretched her spine with a pop and a crack. Scrubbing the building was a pain, literally. Lydia washed the used mugs and coffee pot and put them away. The strong smell of chlorine fizzed up from the faucet. I didn't think you used bleach. She tossed back at Flora. Flora straightened her purse strap and wandered closer to Lydia. I don't. But you smell it too, don't you? Yes, it's really strong. I smelled it over by the baptismal, Flora said. So it can't be the water department flushing the lines. Lydia investigated the baptismal. There was nothing but an out-of-place chemical smell. Hear that? Flora asked. The wrestling cat sound reoccurred and was quickly cut off. Pastor Dean said that's been happening all morning. I searched the building, but couldn't find even a fluff of cat hair. All three ladies shrugged, confused, before saying goodbye. Flora got in her car and drove Lydia home before retreating to her shower and tea. Chapter 13. Nighttime in Honeypot near Christmas was a fantasy of lights and ribbons. The Christmas tree in the town circle glimmered and twinkled. They changed the color of the lights from year to year. For this season, the town council voted on blue and silver Christmas decorations. Their shimmery sparkle enhanced the frosty magic of Main Street. Lydia drove through town in silence, soaking in the scenery. She had spent an hour emailing Ethan with the town happenings and getting him up to speed on her search for Ivy. Lydia figured it was better to tell him herself than to have him come home and find out from Kevin or Thad. Or worse, Gus. The girls were clued into her quest and both kept their eyes peeled. However, other than Flora's bathroom encounter and Kat's split-second spotting, neither had seen Ivy Hooper. The church parking lot was empty except for Kat's minivan. The main participants would show up in an hour, and the attendees in 2. By 7 p.m., most of the town would flood into the BFF to celebrate together. Flora always commented that Christmas time in Honeypot was a tiny taste of heaven. Lydia agreed. She exited her husband's truck and hit the lock key twice. She secured her purse snugly on her shoulder and tugged her coat about her. Kat met her at the door, panting and waving her arms. Not again. Lydia was certain her friend was having another pageant-induced panic attack. But no, the woman was holding the water well jar. You found it! No wonder she was yelling. $1,500, once missing, was rare to find. Kat shook her head speechless. What's wrong? Come, look! Kat wheezed and staggered back into the sanctuary. Shut and lock the door behind you. She called over her shoulder. Lydia obeyed. She followed Kat up onto the stage and right into the middle of the stable. I found the jar, right up front. Kat pointed to a pew. And then I found that. Her index finger shivered as she extended it toward the form of a newborn baby, tucked firmly in the prop manger.
Tell me I haven't lost my mind." Lydia lowered herself to her knees. She reached out and gently laid a hand on the infant's chest. It rose and fell beneath her palm. She smiled and brushed the thin spiral of hair puffing from the top of the baby's head. "It's real. There's a baby in the manger." Kat toppled off the stage, banging her bad foot on the hump of a wise man's pressed wood camel cutout. Dr. Lawrence took Kat to his office to x-ray the redamaged appendage. Thad called the honeypot phone tree leader, Mrs. Mitra, ensuring the news spread quickly. The Christmas pageant was canceled. Bailey Family Fellowship was a crime scene and off limits for the evening. Flora inspected the baby and proclaimed it less than a week old. "It still has its umbilical cord," she stated upon first look. Then she jumped on her cell and called Mrs. Hurley. Deputy Gus was methodical, but out of his element without Ethan. He took detailed photos and notes, but knew little about his next steps. Mr. Mike refused to take in the baby. His youth center didn't have resources for a newborn. Next on the list was Lydia, wife of the sheriff, already background checked, and on the honeypot safe drop list. She had the privilege of taking the baby home. Lydia nestled the infant to her neck. The baby girl curled into her warmth and rooted for skin. Lydia was smitten. Flora rushed the nursery closet and removed a box she put there previously, equipped with a second-hand car seat and sling. Lydia drove home. Following her, a crowd of cars made an impromptu procession to her driveway. They watched as she carried the little one inside. Then one car at a time, they peeled away from the parade and went home. "Only in honeypot," Lydia whispered to the baby. The infant stirred and whimpered. The time to eat was now, but there was nothing to feed the sweet thing. Flora was taking care of the baby groceries. Lydia hoped she did so quickly and without distraction. In the meantime, Lydia took to her feet, pacing and humming. "I'm here," Flora chimed, disturbing the scene. She hurried to the kitchen and set down an enormous bag of supplies. "I didn't bother to bag this one." She passed a warm bottle to Lydia, who tested its temperature and offered it to the baby. It took a few desperate minutes of confusion before the tiny lady latched and suckled. The soft slurping noises were musical and magical, drawing the full attention of the women in the room. "Where did you get this?" "Mrs. Hurley has way too much milk for her baby. She's been bagging extra supplies for weeks. This bottle was pumped not 15 minutes ago." Lydia was pleased with the selfless offering of mother's milk. "You've got enough in the freezer to last you a week. You remember how to heat it?" Flora peeped over Lydia's shoulder to watch the baby eat. "In the microwave?" Flora gagged at Lydia's blatant ignorance. "I'm joking. Don't panic." That joke was Kat style. Flora settled into the couch beside Lydia as Kat sneaked in the front door. Her hobble had doubled and her crutches were back in play. "What's my style?" The ladies waved her off. "What are you doing here?" Lydia asked. "You should be home and knocked out on pain medication." "In a little while." Kat planted herself on Lydia's free side and rested her friend's working elbow on her leg. "You'll get a cramp if you don't prop up that arm." "Thanks." Lydia had forgotten about nursing and its odd set of supplies. "They're calling her the honeypot Christmas baby," Kat said. Flora and Lydia both clicked their tongues in disgust. "Creative, I know. But seriously, what should we call her?" Lydia cleared her throat. "Listen, ladies, we can love this little girl, but she's not ours. Her mommy is out there and she'll be back for her. I'm not sure it's wise to name her." "She's not a wild cat." Flora brushed the baby's cheek with her pinky. "She deserves a name. We know it's not permanent. Let's call her Honey." "No way," Kat protested. In her past, she watched too many movies with honeys in them. Movies she was certain Lydia and Flora never allowed on their screens. This baby would not bear a title after one of them. "How about Bee?" "Like honeybee?" "If you like," Kat suggested.
B was close enough to baby, it didn't risk intimacy, but was still a respectable handle. Okay, B, but just for now. The ladies watched the baby eat and drift back to sleep. Like lifeguards on Red Bull, scanning a kiddie pool, all three women observed the little one's every move. Each fell in love with the bundled B. Thaddeus greeted his hobbling wife with a warm hug. He also had a small plate of treats and pain pills waiting on the kitchen countertop. Kat welcomed his concern in babying. In prior weeks, she'd openly scoffed and shunned such sweetness. Now, humbled and heartsick, she dropped her feeble barriers and soaked in the support. The family huddled on their homey couch, wrapped in electric blankets and fluffy pajamas. Kat selected a family favorite Christmas movie and made her seasonal popcorn with cinnamon and sugar sprinkles. Sam and Jess dove into family time, eager for the holiday to begin. Finally, Mom was home and ready to celebrate. Sam took tender measure to prop up his mother's wrapped foot and pat it with pillowed protection. Jess tucked herself into Kat's side, pushing on her mom's crutch-bruised armpit. Kat didn't even wince. She sunk into being home. She'd set it aside like an old dirty quilt. But home was the feeling she had been pandering after. Near the start of movie number 3, the kids were snoring on their mother's lap. She, herself, drooled, her head bent, awkwardly, against the back of the couch. Half asleep, muddled in a medication haze, Kat reveled over the Christmas baby. God's sense of timing and humor astounded her. "A baby," she mumbled. Thad dozed beside her, but still followed her thoughts. God used a baby to ruin the pageant and stop my insanity. Breaking my foot wasn't enough to hold me back. The flu outbreak didn't even slow me down. But a baby, smack in the middle of my mess. Yep, that's what it took. The church building was shut down tightly for the weekend. Members of the BFF joined the Church of Christ family until it reopened. Kat's family was no exception. Too exhausted to attend class, the Millers drifted into services right after morning announcements. Not a single seat remained vacant. Jess and Sam plopped on the floor beside Ever, Eden, and Eloise. Kevin rose from the back pew and offered his seat to Kat. She took it. Communion took an entire half an hour. The trays had to be replenished twice. Preacher Stephen invited Pastor Dean to lead the ending prayer and a blessing over the community. It was exhilarating to be part of such a unified group. Flora whispered to Kat, "A taste of heaven." For the first time, Kat felt her friend's meaning. Chapter 14. Lydia forgot how little sleep babies needed at one time. They might nap 14 hours a day, but never in a long chunk. Lydia was fond of her 6 to 7 hours each night. B demanded fresh feedings every 180 minutes. Lydia timed it. 10 minutes before meltdown, she boiled the water, set a defrosted bag of breast milk on the counter, and replaced it with a frozen one in the fridge. 2 minutes till she poured the milk into the bottle and tested its heat. After that, she brewed a single serving of black coffee and poured it into a lidded cup. Like a Pavlovian response, the last spout of pressurized steam, married with the aroma of freshly ground beans, aroused the infant and made her mouth water in anticipation. The baby's cry rattled down the stairs. Even without the monitor strapped to her hip, Lydia knew nap time was over. She stumbled, sleepy and steadfast, up the steps to the awaiting child. "I'm here, sweet bee." Lydia set her coffee on the bedside table before scooping the stretching parcel out of her Moses basket. She cradled Bee while holding the small bottle. Looking into the fresh pair of blue eyes, which searched her experienced brown ones, Lydia pondered the wild events of December. There were too many pieces of too many mysteries tangled in her mind. Who had taken her purse? Lydia was now nearly certain someone had stolen it, and she did not misplace it. The missing money had been a partial clue. but she knew she had gone nowhere near the nursery since the harvest party in October. Then there was the missing and returned water well donations. Who would steal that much money just to give it back 3 days later? The Christmas holidays brought out the best and worst in people. Greed and fear, love and hope. Many thefts took place in the weeks before December 25th, all in the name of gift exchanges or hunger. Some robberies were acts of convenience. People carried more cash around with them for Christmas shopping. Homes held newer, more expensive items than usual, items awaiting Santa's delivery. But in Honey Pot, all the thefts linked back to the BFF building. No one she'd asked was experiencing the same number of crimes. Ms. Paula Lind, once again, suffered the theft of her inflatable snow globe. However, if it was like the last 5 Christmases, the yard ornament would return on Christmas Eve along with a tiny tower of wrapped packages. Lydia whispered all the odd happenings to her husband during their 4 a.m. video call. She introduced Joan to Bea and relied on Ethan to explain the backstory.
I don't like it,
Ethan summarized.
I don't like that I'm out of town and far away when all this is going on. Promise you won't go digging around.
His wife promised, with a guilty hue in her eyes. Ethan read her expression and let it slide. Lydia left out the incident at Ivy's stepfather's. She would tell Ethan that part when he returned in late January. It's not like I'm going anywhere now. I've got a newborn to watch after. If I can help it, I'm not stepping outside this house until someone decides her future. There's a stomach flu going around and it's colder than normal. I'm not risking Bea's health while I'm accountable for her. She went on, spending much of their hour explaining the help she was receiving and her plans for Christmas Day. Ethan ended the call, satisfied that his imaginative wife would stay tucked in at home for a while longer. He wasn't foolish enough to trust her past New Year's Eve. Her curiosity was far too strong for her to control. And if her usual duo was available, they'd be egging on the situation before long. He'd need to head home earlier than expected. Lydia flicked her laptop closed and coiled herself around the basket set in the center of her bed. 30 minutes until the second breakfast, she noted before slipping off in slumber. Kat and Flora brought a real meal to share with the spontaneous foster mother at 8 a.m. They spread it out before a thrashed Lydia. Lydia without her mascara and lip balm wasn't much unlike Lydia with it, just groggier. What did Ethan say? Kat asked. Lydia swigged a steamy sip of coffee. He's enchanted with Bea. He always loved babies. The scalding of her throat helped her awaken, and she decided the time was now. She would fill in her friends. He's worried, and so am I. This isn't the first safe drop we've had in Honey Pot. Flora passed out muffins and fruit and then shoved an entire honey bun in her mouth. Kat eyed her. Flora was like any other woman, susceptible to treats. But she was normally much more deliberate in choosing her vices. Nor did she wedge entire pastries in her mouth at one time. Lydia sighed, summoning the energy for the flood of information that needed to come out. She detailed all her worries, and in an hour, everyone was up to speed. Bea cried for her meal and Kat obliged with a bottle, giving Lydia a chance to shower. Flora cleared the dishes, took out the trash, and switched a load of laundry. The visitors left Lydia, slumbering on the couch, and little Bea resting in her own bed. All was not lost, but it sure felt that way. Flora sat in the driver's seat of her car, alone in the early morning darkness. Christmas was less than a week away, and she had nothing to offer her kiddos. Their traditions were on schedule. They shared a great number of memories and laughter to see them through the season. Still, having nothing to unwrap on Christmas morning felt like a rip-off, even to a family that didn't celebrate Santa. She counted the cash in her Christmas envelope one more time, hoping the bills were stuck together. She knew better than to keep up the charade, but couldn't help it. The year had been slow, bills had been high, and the envelope was skinny. There were a couple little things she could purchase for each child. but the drive to Ashton to buy them would eat away at her meager savings. After finding Bea and the flurry that followed, Pastor Dean neglected to pay her for the month's cleaning. His memory would probably return with the new year. Mrs. Hurley, Flora's most recent client, donated so much milk, Flora felt horrible to ask her for a paycheck. It was just going to be a lean Christmas. God will supply, she kept repeating in her heart. Though she knew it to be true, her emotions were being difficult. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. I can just be raw with you. No hiding. Thank you for hearing my heart and knowing how grateful I am, despite this moment of worry. She prayed and cried in patterns until she depleted all her tears, and she was ready to brave the Ashton Christmas crowds. Flora dwelt on thoughts of the new baby. How sad it was to spend your first Christmas alone. She pondered the whereabouts of the mother and how she might have helped her. She wondered over how the mother entered the locked building. Kat stated all the doors were secured when she arrived to set up the pageant. Pastor Dean confirmed her account. Forced entry didn't seem likely, and little Bea didn't materialize out of the air. How did she wind up on stage, sleeping in a prop? Flora sat in confused contemplation. The sound of distant roosters waking their owners stirred her daydreaming, and Flora set her sights toward Ashton. Target was not her favorite store, but it was the closest and cheapest store around. Walmart was 15 miles further from Pottersville, and in a neighborhood certain to be elbow to elbow with shoppers. As she shoved through the shelves and prayed for bargains, she recalled dropping Ivy off there just a few days ago. She looked for her face in every cluster of giggling girls. Every black leather jacket drew her attention. 2 hours of shopping sucked the life out of Flora. There was no time to dawdle. Once again in her truck, she tossed back trail mix and a protein shake as the motor warmed up. The heat surged on, replacing the frost with fog. She used the fringe of her scarf to wipe a clear patch in the glass and noticed a bright blue business sign. Perpendicular to Target sat the office of Dr. Kahn, OB-GYN. She felt another item add itself to her imaginary to-do list. Phone calls interrupted Kat's napping. She could no longer ignore them. Sam and Jess sat on the edge of the couch playing video games and watching their mom awaken.
Finally,
Sam huffed.
That phone was driving me crazy.
We checked every call, but none of them were from Daddy, Jess added, handing Kat the annoying technological convenience. Kat ruffled Jess's long dark hair and gazed at her beautiful children in thankful contemplation. Then with a sigh, she sat and scrolled through her missed calls. Pastor Dean and Preacher Stephen made up every other voicemail and text message. Kat fought off a panic attack. She inhaled one lingering breath and squeezed her children with affection before diving headlong into the messages. Her finger hovered above the call button when the cell screeched and she tossed it across the couch. Flora took a moment to pray and recenter. Her eyes grew heavy, glazed and tired, complete with purple bags and mascara stains. She yanked a comb through her curly hair, creating a massive puff of frizz. She spritzed herself with oil and flossed her teeth. One huge swig of water and a minute later, Flora exited her truck. "Hello," Mrs. Hurley chimed and escorted her guest inside. They planted on the green couch as children swirled around them in a flurry. "I've only had time to pump a few bags, but the baby ate a little while ago, so I'm primed for a couple more." "Take your time. I'm pooped." Flora kicked off her sensible slip-on shoes and curled up on the couch, warming her feet under her flowing skirt. She rubbed her hands together and settled in for a visit. Mrs. Hurley made herbal tea for the mothers and collected her pump and supplies. "Christmas is hard on everyone. Sad, isn't it?" Mrs. Hurley mused as she petted one young red head as it sped past, whooping. "People can take the simplest of wonders and clutter it with drama and pressure. Why can't we celebrate and be glad?" "Good point," Flora said as her warm tea bubbled up in her cold belly. It defrosted her from the inside out, up the spine and around the shoulders, making its way to her toes. Mrs. Hurley connected the pump to its bag and the appropriate tubing and attached it to her breast, businesslike and beautiful. So, what's happening with the pageant? Kat just called. The Church of Christ is hosting it. It will be much simpler, but still a community gathering.
How's Kat dealing with it?
She's better than you'd think. Re-injuring herself made the whole thing a lot less urgent.
Finding a real baby in the manger didn't do it for her?
Mrs. Hurley chuckled and switched out bags. She sipped her tea before continuing.
How's the baby doing?
She's eating a lot, thus the pre-Christmas pickup. One once chortling child cried and screamed down the hallway. Another rushed to console it. Shh! The baby's sleeping!
Excuse me, Flora.
Mrs. Hurley set down her equipment and left to check on her children. Arguments waved, climaxed, and stilled. Flora listened, missing her own children. Unexpected tears dripped from her face. She smudged them away as the newest Hurley bawled through a monitor. "I'll be back in a moment," Mrs. Hurley called behind her as she walked further down the hallway. The mother returned with her baby, now snugly and silent. She passed her to Flora, who took the infant with eager arms. Mrs. Hurley went back to pumping. It went quicker and smoother with her newborn close by. 2 bags later, the smell of dinner and the nearness of her mother were too much for the baby to handle. Her nap came to a loud and desperate closing. She went from yawning to bawling in an instant. Mrs. Hurley shot to her feet, set the washables in the sink, and tossed the bags in the freezer, faster than Flora could transfer the hungry infant to her other arm. "I've got her." Mrs. H. scooped up her baby and latched her before sitting. Flora crossed her arms, straightening her back. Her chest ached at the contact. She rubbed at her pecs as inconspicuously as possible and was greeted by 2 mini puddles. "You've got something happening." Mrs. Hurley scanned Flora's shirt. "Power of suggestion?" Flora reasoned. "You sure about that?" Flora surveyed the past months in her mind and decided to visit the clinic on her way home. Dr. Lawrence smiled at his friend. Flora and he often worked side by side. She never overstepped his authority, but always stood by her beliefs. She'd been on his table for the same purpose multiple times in the last 10 years. He hoped good news would mark up her file soon. The P-test lit up positive. Understanding Flora's past pain, he knew she wouldn't breathe easy until the baby survived its first 12 weeks in her womb, her personal safety zone. He geared up his sonogram machine and left Flora to converse it up with the only nurse on duty. Devin was chatty, the perfect distraction for an eager and alarmed mother. He could hear them talking about the pageant, Kat's broken foot, and future Christmas excitements. Dr. Lawrence let the ladies visit. He needed Flora to relax before gelling up her belly. When the time was right, Devin joined them in the room. She held Flora's hand as the doctor set up. Paper apron in place and goo applied, Dr. Lawrence slid the wand over Flora's abdomen. Flora asked no questions and did her best not to look at the screen. She trusted Dr. Lawrence and wanted to know what was going on before she watched the present unfold. The doctor started whistling an old hymn. Flora startled and could no longer restrain her curiosity. She looked at the screen and the familiar curves. Static, gray, and a steady beating heart greeted her crying eyes. This baby was not just beginning. She was farther along than she'd counted.
"I'm thinking we're nearly out of the first trimester. With your abnormal cycle, I can't be positive. Come Christmas Day, this baby should be out of the scary zone. But don't stop praying. I know I won't. Tell me about the last couple of months."
Flora went over every detail she could recall. Her moodiness, her recurring flu symptoms, and her premature lactation that afternoon were all signs of this new grace. She failed at remaining unmoved or unattached. She already loved the creation growing inside of her. Devin cleaned off the jelly and steeped tea as Flora dressed. Flora sang and whispered to her belly. She praised and prayed. The doctor and nurse could hear her jubilation. They joined hands and offered thanks to God for blessing their friend. Chapter 15. The Millers arrived at the community caroling event later than planned. Intending to honor Kat, the Church of Christ dedicated the front row to the pageant director and her family. Kat's foot required an entire pew to prop it up. She invited Thad to join the kids in the front as she claimed the back row. Ms. Jackie spotted her and sauntered over carrying a large gift bag. Kat straightened, readying herself for the impending confrontation. The older lady huffed and plopped down a row ahead of Kat. She handed the gift bag to Kat with reluctance. "For me?" Kat was stunned. "Of course it's for you. Your name is on the tag, isn't it?" Giddy and choosing not to hide it, Kat blushed and beamed. Her obvious joy intimidated her antagonist and softened her. She didn't allow her face to show her delight as Kat's unwrapping revealed the quilt. Ms. Jackie had worked weeks creating just for her. "Oh, Miss Jackie, it's lovely. Thank you, and thank you." Hearing his wife's exclamation, Thad turned to look back at her, thankful at her happiness. The handmade blanket was red and green in the theme, and seasonal in spirit. There were sheep and angels, and even a manger hidden in the prints. Kat hugged the gift to her chest before fluffing it open and covering her legs with it. Ms. Jackie helped her straighten and stretch the quilt over her body and tuck it in around her feet. "This means so much. Thank you." The quilter waved a hand at her gratitude. "Oh, pooh. We do one for every pageant director. It gives them something to remember their service. Though I doubt anyone will forget this year." Kat shoved aside the part of herself that wanted to jab back. Instead, she hugged the quilt once more and reached out a hand to touch the other woman's. Stunned, Ms. Jackie patted Kat's hand in reply, and then retreated from her presence, wiping at her cheeks. Kat snuggled into the piece that enveloped her more than her new blanket. Flora and her family arrived, just as the festivities began. She sent her kids and husband ahead and sat down in front of Kat. "Have you told him yet?" Kat hinted. "I'm waiting until Christmas morning. He will be thrilled. I can't believe I'm so far along without knowing it. No wonder I've been snipping at Eloise. Poor Ellie, going through her changes at the same time her mom's an emotional roller coaster." Flora glowed with her secret. This baby would be her rainbow baby. For 10 years, Flora helped other women become mothers. The last 8 of those years carried grief and discouragement for her and her husband. Believing their baby years were over, they contented themselves in the comfort of their 3 children. A miscarriage for each of their earthly births persuaded them to set aside their dreams. Now, amazed and astounded at the goodness of God, Flora rested her arms across her belly, the home of a child almost out of the first trimester. All of her wacky symptoms and misplaced breakdowns made sense considering her condition. By the end of June, a new baby E would grace the Brandes family. Her worries over a sparse Christmas morning fled in the marvel of the moment. God had outgiven her again, she mused as the singing began. Lydia, tucked in at home with the baby, played another Christmas classic and savored a peppermint scone. Bee rested calmly in her basket upstairs. Someone knocked on the Everett's front door, causing Lydia to splash coffee on the arm of her couch. The harried surrogate rushed to the front door, tripping on her own robe belt. "Ms. Lana, come on in." She opened the door and invited the woman inside. Ms. Lana toted an awkward cardboard box and a duffel bag into the room. Lydia offered her coffee and a Christmas pastry and joined her at the kitchen table. "Thanks." The woman glanced around the room, nervous and hurried. She sipped her coffee with false calmness and stumbled over small talk. "Now, Ms. Lana, I'm happy to have you here, but I don't think you made the cold trip from Lewiston for my coffee." An anxious laugh escaped as Ms. Lana geared up. "I know you're looking for Ivy. The police brought my car back, and I've been worried about her ever since. I let her borrow the car while her stepfather was still steamed." "I knew I recognized the car. You must have let her borrow it for tutoring sessions." Miss Lana nodded. I've been watching Dawn's house, hoping she'll come up the walk. I haven't seen her, but I saw the mean creep toss out this stuff. She motioned to her baggage. It's not anything useful, but a couple of photos and an old quilt. But I recognize them as Miss Annie's. Why did you bring them here? Ivy and Miss Annie spoke of you often. I figure you're probably Ivy's last safe place. Lydia knew it was a compliment, but it jabbed at her conscience. Maybe she had been a safe place for Ivy. Maybe Ivy had been waiting to be noticed. Lydia failed to see a girl in need and only saw a teenager with normal attitude. The ladies continued to chat for a long hour. They speculated on Ivy's whereabouts and the involvement of Martin Levere. Lydia sent Miss Lana on her way with an open-hearted invitation to come visit again. They were at the door when the baby monitor crackled. Oh, Lana winked. So, Ivy has been around. What makes you say so? Preacher Stephen prayed over the community and then invited Sam up to the podium to give his speech. To Kat's surprise and jubilation, Sam remembered all his lines. He stood tall and gave great care to each word in the text. He emoted and made eye contact. All of her fretting had been over nothing. Her son was trying to impress his mother and his friends with his wit, but when needed, took his role to heart. She was so proud of him, and so softened by the praises of the surrounding crowd. She couldn't imagine how she ever allowed herself to grow so grumpy over celebrating Christmas. She felt a latecomer slide into the pew before she spotted them. Intent on Sam, her attention did not allow for additional input. When she gazed at the guest, she nearly flew off the pew sideways. Ivy Hooper sat, shivering, 2 yards away from Kat. She wore a jersey hoodie, not adept at keeping out the December chill, ratty jeans, and boots. Her once electric blue locks were now a dingy greenish gray. Her skin was pale, save for the dark circles under her eyes and the fading bruise on her left cheek. Her lips trembled, and she released a weak whimper. Kat swung her leg off the pew and scooted closer to the teen. Ivy jumped, skittish and solemn. You look cold. Understanding, Kat took the excuse to fling her new quilt around the girl's shoulders. Thanks, Ivy managed, still shivering. No problem. Kat waited for the girl to warm, watching her in her peripherals. Ivy was not slipping out the door without Kat trailing after her. As her shaking slowed, Ivy searched the room, distraught with concern. Are you looking for someone? Sort of, Ivy shrugged. I was hoping someone would be here. I don't see them. Braving a closer scoot, Kat slid down the pew and landed shoulder to shoulder with the lost girl. Lydia? Ivy's eyes scanned the probing 30-something. Is she here? Kat shook her head, and the teen removed the borrowed blanket. She stayed home with the baby. Ms. Lana returned indoors at Lydia's eager prompting. She helped herself to another cup of coffee while Lydia retrieved the awakening bee. She watched while her hostess heated a bottle. Is she hers? Ms. Lana peeked over at the tiny face, yawning and stretching before latching onto the bottle nipple. Whose? Ivy's, of course. That girl may have hidden her condition from everyone else, but no one can hide from me. I have a sixth sense for pregnant mamas. I figure she was due about 2 weeks ago. Lana stroked a tiny hand and cooed at the baby. Why she up and told Dawn, I'll never understand. Livid, Lydia snapped. Dawn knew and said nothing? Oh, he said plenty. Just not to us. This baby is the whole reason he kicked Ivy out. Terrible thing to do, but not the worst he's capable of. Lydia's head swirled with new thoughts. All this time, her pupil was hiding her pregnancy. Lydia hadn't noticed. She'd been too wrapped up in her own loneliness and couldn't see anyone else's. She asked the Lord to forgive her ignorance and apathy, as she kissed Bee's sweet head. The father granted Lydia 9 months of chances to rescue Ivy and her child. 9 months to see someone else's pain, other than her own, and she had failed. God protected the baby, despite Lydia's stubborn ignorance. She prayed to him, begging for Ivy's safety. 9 months, Lydia repeated out loud. Around the time Ms. Annie passed? Ms. Lana nodded, following Lydia's thoughts. Yep, that was when Ivy moved in with that jerk from the mall. Only lasted 2 weeks. But things like this only take 1 night. Ivy turned to Kat, chancing eye contact. Baby? She croaked. Flora turned to check on Kat, in time to catch Ivy's eye. Flora waved at the girl, a little too excited to greet the acquaintance. Ivy returned the wave, letting the quilt fall to her waist. Kat noticed Flora's eyes widen. Her smile stretched across her face. She followed her gaze and noticed the small circles on the front of Ivy's hoodie. Yes, Kat chimed, filled with wonder. Your baby? Ivy startled. Her mind argued with itself. Her body decided running away was out of the question. She was spent, sore, starving, and close to frozen. Lydia has your baby. She's safe and warm and beautiful. The artifice that allowed Ivy to survive the last month alone collapsed in a clamor of crying. Kat tugged the girl's head to her shoulder, while Flora rounded the pew and held her from the other side. The encircled embrace lasted until Ivy could breathe without blubbering. You ready to go see your little girl? Flora asked. She texted Kevin and escorted both Ivy and Kat to her truck. Chapter 16. Lydia welcomed Ivy with a bear hug. Ivy stiffened in a defensive habit, but her exhaustion and burden were too heavy to ignore. She sobbed into the unshaking embrace. Kat and Flora ushered the distraught youth into the house. Kat hobbled around from closet to closet. First, she gathered clean towels and set them in the bathroom. Then she invaded Joan's room, with Lydia's blessing, for some clean clothes. She laid them beside the fresh towels. After that, she was too winded from rushing about on crutches to be much more help. Kat resigned herself to 2 kitchen chairs, one for her bum and one for her foot. Meanwhile, Flora busied herself in the kitchen. She set bone broth on the stove and made drop biscuits. She tossed some roasted chicken into the broth along with a can of mixed veggies and swayed as she stirred. Lydia guided Ivy to the master bedroom where Bee slept in the second-hand Moses basket. Ivy's sorrow amplified at the sight of her slumbering daughter. Her legs refused to hold her, and she rested beside the basket on the bed. Without a clue what to do next, she placed a hand on the baby's tummy and soothed herself with the rise and fall of Bee's breath. You can pick her up. She's your baby. Ivy shook her head. Every bone in her abused body wanted her baby wrapped up in her arms. I'm all dirty, she whispered as if the words applied to more than just her clothing. Lydia followed her thoughts and put a hand on Ivy's shaking shoulders. We all are, baby, Lydia said. At Ivy's request, Lydia sat next to the steamy shower. Ivy was dizzy with hunger, fright, and stress. The teen doubted she was strong enough to stand through the entire shower. Flora, without a pump nearby, explained how to express built-up breast milk under the hot water. Ivy followed her advice. The relief was immediate and overwhelming. Bundled in clean sweats and an oversized t-shirt, Ivy sipped on Flora's soup and nibbled on a couple of biscuits. She was hungry, but her throat wouldn't let her swallow as quickly as her stomach wanted. She'd gone too long without a real meal. No one questioned Ivy as she ate. No one spoke. They each supported the new mother with their silent service and expectation of her needs. Still refusing to hold Bee, Ivy slid into the guest bed in its clean-smelling blankets. She breathed her first relaxed breath in months. The running was over. What happened next? Only God knew. She would let him handle it. Lydia shut the bedroom door. Bee stirred and Lydia hurried to her, so she would not awaken her mother. Flora and Kat snoozed on the couch, but came to full attention when Lydia brought Bee into the room. "Any guesses what Ivy will do?" Flora asked. Lydia only shrugged and fed the little one in her arms. "Will Gus have to bring Ivy in for abandonment?" Kat asked. "I'm not sure, but I don't think so. I think he has enough of the story to weed out the true villains." "I sure hope so," Flora added, kneading her hands and rocking. "I guess it depends on Ivy. I mean, she might still split. This may have been a huge, uncomfortable coincidence. She might have never intended to come back for Bee." Flora gasped, but Lydia smiled. "No, I bet she'll stay. She had 40 weeks to decide differently, and instead she braved childbirth. She'll brave motherhood, too. She'll just need a lot of coaching and a lot of love." Lydia turned on the tree lights and adjusted the thermostat. Frost decorated the sliding glass door in the dining room. It wouldn't be long before the delicate frost turned to ice. She rewrapped Bee into burrito form and snuggled her into the portable bassinet by the couch. Ivy slept on. Lydia decided food was the first job of the day. She chose to make pumpkin flapjacks and a red pepper frittata. She tied on a cheesy Christmas apron and started gathering ingredients. Cracking eggs and whipping batter, she prayed. "Father, show me how to be a friend to Ivy. A better friend than I've been so far. Give me the strength to represent you and not throw stones." Pepper and ginger flavored the air. Right on cue, Bee wiggled at the sound of the coffee pot finishing its brew. Lydia began feeding her a freshly warmed bottle. Ivy stumbled into the room, wearing her quilt like a robe. She didn't speak, just scanned the room. "Come on, Mama," Lydia called to her without turning. "She's ready for her breakfast." Ivy sat sore and scared. Lydia locked eyes with her guest. "We've got a lot to talk about today. But for now, relax. When you're ready, we'll eat." Bee stopped sucking, cooed, and craned her neck. "She knows you're here." Ivy's eyes lit up and then saddened. "She just has gas." Ivy's voice crackled and squeaked. "Nope. Look at her. She knows you." The baby twisted in Lydia's arms. "She recognizes your voice. She missed you." Tears escaped onto Ivy's cheeks. "Do you want to try feeding her?" She shook her blue-green hair. "Maybe we'll try later?" "Maybe." Lydia coaxed Bee to finish her bottle before handing her off to her mother. Ivy took the baby into her arms and then squeezed the tiny girl close to her face. She smiled and cried as she kissed her daughter's dimples, fingertips, and eyelids. Happy that Ivy cherished her baby, Lydia settled into a sense of peace. This mama wasn't leaving her girl a second time. When the reconciliation was over and Ivy laid her child back down to sleep, the teen turned bloodshot eyes toward her host. "You said there was breakfast?" Lydia hopped to her feet and tossed open the oven. "If I haven't cremated it." "Take a seat at the table. We'll chat as we eat. You want coffee, orange juice, almond milk, or water?" "Coffee sounds great, but it's not good for her, is it?" Ivy didn't take her eyes off the couch until Lydia set down a full plate of pancakes and frittata. "I'll take water, please, and thank you." Lydia smiled and slid into the seat next to Ivy. Her plate was as full as the teen's. The day would need a lot of comfort food and require a lot of energy. "I'll make more if we run out." Ivy scarfed down the 3 cakes before Lydia handed over the powdered sugar. "I don't want to push you, but I'm a mother and a nosy lady. I will expect you to give me the full scoop. In your time, but the entire story." Ivy shifted. The food was too delicious to ignore and too available to pass up. She wanted to trust Lydia. Lydia had always been kind to her. She tutored her for free, let her come at odd hours, and gave her a warm place to sleep. She'd taken care of her baby when Ivy couldn't. Lydia had even found breast milk for her. But her husband was the sheriff. He could take her baby away whenever he wanted. He might lock her away for stealing and again for abandoning her baby. Would Lydia and her husband buy Ivy's story, or would they kick her out? Just as Dawn had done. Ivy refilled her plate before deciding. "Her name's Scout," Ivy said. "Scout. I like that. It suits her." Ivy smiled, unrestrained. "It does, doesn't it?" She shuddered and sighed before she resolved to share her secrets. "I found out I was pregnant and hid it as long as possible. But I got scared. On Thanksgiving, I decided to ask Don for help. Instead, he kicked me out because I would not get rid of her. It didn't matter that I was too far along for that." Lydia didn't flinch. She sipped her coffee and listened. "I had no other options, so I visited my ex at work. At first I thought he'd give me a place to stay. Deep down, I knew it was hopeless." "He kicked you out, too." Lydia took a gigantic chunk of eggs and chewed, trying to swallow her rage and sadness along with her breakfast. "I didn't know what else to do. I drove Ms. Lannisbug to Honeypot, hoping to find help. I talked with my friend Emily, but her situation is hard enough. I didn't even tell her about Scout. At the BFF, there was always something happening. I poked around and found the storage attic. Nothing but boxes and dust. Still, it was warmer than outside."
"Well, not much."
"Not at first. Then I made a nook out of boxes and a bed out of some quilts and slept on the floor. After the first night, it was bearable."
Lydia shrugged a response. They would talk about the quilts later.
"I ventured out during the day and did my best to be back before someone locked up."
Ivy pushed her plate away and shivered.
"I got locked outside once."
The light in her eyes settled back into her mind. Ivy was far away, remembering something she deemed unnecessary to share. Lydia reached over and squeezed her hand. Such a simple gesture, and tears jetted from Ivy's eyes.
"I'm sorry. I don't understand why I'm crying."
"Baby girl, you've been through a lot. You're a 16-year-old girl, and you just gave birth. Childbirth always messes with a woman's hormones. Get used to it. For a while, you will be a mood-swinging mess." Lydia took the girl's shoulders into her hands. Ivy jumped, breaking Lydia's heart. Lydia backed away, lowering her arms, but not her gaze. She stared right into Ivy's eyes with as much strength and softness as she could force into them. "I'd love to be here for you while you're going through it. You don't have to do it alone." Hope flashed and vanished from the new mother's face. Scout whimpered. "It's almost time to feed her again."
"Could you show me how?"
Embarrassed, Ivy nodded to her chest. "I'll do my best. If you and I can't figure it out, I know someone who can." Chapter 17. Kat's family donned their traditional Christmas Eve pajamas, their slippers, winter coats, and beanies. They piled stacks of wrapped presents in the back of their van and laid trays of Christmas treats next to them. Since discovering Scout, Kat stepped away from schoolwork and service obligations. She poured her heart back into her own family. She spent her spare moments in scripture reflection and contemplative prayer. In trying to become the perfect Christian wife and leader, she'd become a Pharisee and a pouty pants. She judged volunteers and non-volunteers alike. Everyone fell short compared to her glorious glow of godliness. In her season of spiritual headiness, she'd let a lot of important issues slide. She failed to notice a hurting girl gone missing. She failed to understand Lydia's loneliness and worry. She failed to care when Flora was making ends meet. Kat had failed to love her family, her savior, and herself. She honored only their service to her, and herself made notoriety. "No more," she vowed. Late Christmas Eve night, early Christmas morning, the Millers drove across town. They buzzed. Each child and parent selected some of their own gifts to relinquish in the name of love.
Nervous her children were being forced to give up their presents, Kat had not asked them to take part in such a way. Glad to have their mom back and happy to be helpful, Sam and Jess had volunteered to give away their Christmas. The truth that Ever and Eden were their best friends made their choice much less complicated. Thaddeus and Kat surrendered their stocking gifts for their friends. Flora and Kevin would be the first to refuse such blessings. Two of the most humble people in Honeypot, they strove to savor joy in giving, and receiving often embarrassed them. A break-in was the only way to share with them, without making things awkward. Kat figured she would be the main suspect of the supposed crime. She was one of the only people in town, with a set of Brandy's house keys. But that didn't matter much. Once they completed the mission, there wasn't a delicate way to undo it. The Millers pulled up in front of the drive next door to the Brandy's house. Thad shut down the lights and the motor and placed his keys in his pocket. Any jingling from them could reveal the intruders. The kids giggled to each other and then focused themselves.
"We must be fast. We must be silent. We must be invisible."
Kat rallied them and gingerly unlocked the front door.
"Roll your feet when you step,"
Thad added.
"It makes walking much quieter."
Everyone nodded to each other and entered the dark, sleepy house. Ivy arose, Christmas morning, before the sun. She slid out of bed, warm and comfortable. Her beloved daughter suckled in her sleep, and Ivy brushed a finger against the baby's perfect pink cheek. This was not the Christmas morning she dreamt of for her baby's first. But it was cozy and safe, and they were together. She mourned the days she'd been apart from her precious girl. Who could have figured, out of ugliness and pain, would come this treasure? Just 10 months before, after her grandmother's passing, Ivy had been living in the house of a pimp. She hadn't known what he was at the time. Ivy shook her head at her younger self. She should have followed her inner urgings and left Martin alone. But he had spoken so sweetly to her and was understanding about her grief over Meemaw Annie and her desperation to escape Dawn. He even backed up her desire to continue her schooling and go to college. But then the devil inside him broke loose. His compassion disintegrated almost overnight. He forced her to join him on awkward dates in scary places. Their trips always involved at least one older man. Martin would sit Ivy next to the stranger and then disappear. After a few of these weird occurrences, Martin didn't even bother showing up for their dates. He was livid if she complained. When his friend Ben tried to make out with Ivy, and Martin did nothing to stop him, Ivy got the message. With no escape from Dawn or Martin, Ivy became dead inside. She ran on autopilot. The active avoidance of both men was her only focus, until a double blue line appeared on her dollar store pregnancy test. She had someone else to live for, and she worked hard to protect her baby. Ivy couldn't weep over her past. If she allowed herself to sink into the sadness, she might never come out again. Instead, she kissed Scout's tiny head and soaked in the baby scent that lay thickly in Scout's feather-soft hair. It's impossible for God not to be real, Ivy thought. He felt so near it made her heart ache. She wrapped the washed green quilt around her shoulders and walked to the living room. Lydia grinned at her over her laptop screen. "Merry Christmas," she chimed. "There's fresh Christmas coffee cake if you want some." Ivy's heart flipped in her chest. Meemaw always baked Christmas coffee cake on Christmas morning. This moment was destined to be, Ivy thought, comforted as she took the chair closest to Lydia. The smell of brewed coffee drifted a lazy invitation to the start of the morning. Flora's eyes fluttered open. She nestled into Kevin's shoulder, noticing he too was awakening. He squeezed her close and offered the first prayer of thanks for the day. The sound of the adults trudging into the kitchen alerted the 3 children in the house. They sprang to sitting and shot zealous looks at each other.
"Christmas!"
All 3 charged from their beds into the living room.
"When did you do all this?"
Kevin kissed his wife and marveled at the trays of treats and the spread of wrapped gifts. The children shrieked and skipped about the room. I didn't, Flora answered. I thought you did, when you came down to make the coffee.
I didn't make the coffee.
Kevin handed a mug to Flora. She took a tiny sip, searing her taste buds but not feeling anything. She surveyed their tree, lit and twinkling, the platters of food and the mounds of gifts. Kevin looked around.
You said we didn't have money for gifts like that.
Flora turned from the room to hide her tears. Kevin placed an inquisitive arm on her shaking back.
God has blessed us,
she sobbed.
Somehow, he's done it again.
The couple wondered over how the parcels materialized into their living room. At the table, feasting on the scriptures and savory sweet snacks, the entire Brandy's clan thanked their Heavenly Father. They discussed the overabundant blessings of God, going above and beyond the necessary to show his children his love. Eloise and Ever unwrapped their stacks slowly. Eden burst through bows and ribbons at an eager pace.
Sam wanted one of these, Ever shouted. Oh, I can't wait to have him over. He's going to love playing with this.
Kevin winked at his wife. She shrugged her response. There was no way to know, for certain, which family had made their Christmas so exciting. Flora didn't want to spoil it. Even though she knew the mystery would nag at Kevin until he figured it out, she delighted in the moment. Once every package was gutted, and all their wrappings decorated the floor in ripped piles and cluttered clusters, Flora announced her gift for the family, a new sibling for her children, and a new arrow for her husband's quiver. No one was as excited as Kevin when she told him how far along she was. He hooted and hollered and spun Eden in the air in celebration. He kissed each young head, announcing,
God is so good,
over and over again. Lydia scooted closer to Ivy's chair at the table. Do you want to say Merry Christmas to Ivy? She turned her laptop to face the teenager, who blushed and fussed over her hair. You look fine, Lydia assured her.
Hello again, Ivy.
Ethan greeted his guest through the wireless.
I hear you'll be staying with us for a while.
Ivy glanced at Lydia, surprised.
At least, Lydia and I hope you will.
Ivy sat confused. She looked to Lydia for an explanation. Ethan and I have been talking. We'd like you and Scout to live with us until you graduate and are ready to brave the world on your own. But, Ivy started, struggling to find a reason to reject the offer. I've talked with Dawn. Lydia rolled her eyes. Dawn never talked to anyone. Ivy guessed it was more like Lydia spoke and Dawn cursed. He's your guardian. I needed his permission for you to live here. After some intense debate. Bribery is more like it, Ivy thought. Mr. Mike from the mission house and I.
And me,
Ethan interjected. Lydia had to admit, being married to a sheriff had made Dawn more compliant. And Ethan convinced him to let us keep you, here in Honeypot. Ivy didn't contain her beaming. Lydia was a much better host than Dawn ever was, and with Scout's father being a non-option, the Everett home was the softest landing pad she could have hoped for. It was plain, Lydia loved Scout. The fear that Lydia would take Scout away lifted. Ivy thrilled at the opportunity to create a family for Scout, no matter how far removed from blood relations it was.
If you'd like to stay,
Ethan added,
there are rules.
Ivy shivered. Rules led to punishments for Ivy. Punishments brought forth fear and pain.
They're not intense rules, Ivy, but we will need you to commit to them. We've made up a contract with Mr. Mike for all of us to sign. But you don't have to answer until New Year's Day. It's only a week to think about it. But Lids and I believe you deserve time to make an educated decision.
Ethan's screen feed shuddered and his words fuzzed.
In the meantime, make yourself at home. Ask Lydia for whatever you need and we'll do our best. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Ivy responded, breathless and befuddled at the offerings before her. Lydia turned the laptop back to her side of the table and said goodbye to her distant husband. She sent love for her daughter and signed off. Ivy helped herself to cake, and then she spotted the stockings hanging on the hearth. One labeled Ivy, and one labeled Scout. This is what home feels like, she marveled. She didn't trust the feeling but enjoyed it even if it only lasted the day. The Miller family spent most of Christmas morning snoring. Blissful from their previous night's adventure, they slept till noon. Sam and Jess startled their parents to wakefulness by leaping onto the middle of their bed. Thaddeus yelped and curled, protecting his stomach. Sam attacked his father in attempts to start a family wrestling match. Meanwhile, Jess buried herself under her mother's arms, burrowing deeper into her sleepy embrace. "Merry Christmas, sweet baby." Kat nestled closer to Jess, and the girl returned the hug. "Merry Christmas, Mama." Thaddeus sang Christmas carols while swinging pillows around and popping his children on their heads. The fits of giggles and rowdiness that ensued filled the entire house with warmth. Next to the Christmas tree sat stockings for each kid. Surprised that there were any gifts left, after their giving spree, the Miller kids squeezed their parents' necks with wild thankfulness. Kat sighed and rested on the couch cushions. Her kids were kids, and their gratefulness often got muddled with expectation. But this year had been different. Giving had stirred their spirits. Kat gave silent praise for each smile and each appreciative hug. No amount of video games or toys compared to the wonder of spirit-filled joy. Mr. Mike dropped Emily off for Christmas dinner in the early afternoon. He also approved a sleepover for the night. He interrogated Ivy in his usual suspect style. He offered his assistance to Ivy and thanked Lydia for hosting Emily's Christmas. As soon as he left, Emily heaped herself on Ivy's shoulder. She apologized and commiserated with the found-lost girl. Both teens admired baby Scout and took turns holding her. Ivy was proud of her baby girl, and Emily went baby crazy. Lydia served dinner with every Everett Christmas delicacy. The girls stuffed themselves and then added to their stomach suffering a slice of pecan pie and a hunk of mocha Christmas log. Lydia missed Joan and Ethan more than she expected, but found herself overstimulated by the youth's celebrations. It was enough to distract her sorrow and give her new excitement. Ivy opened her stocking, filled with specialty soaps, grooming supplies, gift cards, and trinkets. Lydia brought out a stocking for Emily, too. It contained much of the same supplies and sundries. In addition, each girl unwrapped 2 special presents. In the first was a new Bible. Ivy was thrilled at receiving hers. Don had torn her original to pieces and tossed it at her the day he kicked her out. She squeezed her Bible to her chest. Emily wasn't as enthusiastic. She had too many questions that needed answering before she committed her heart to anyone, especially an invisible deity. The second gift was much more thrilling for Emily. Each girl received new cell phones and prepaid phone cards. Emily tore into the packaging and promptly entered numbers. Ivy opened hers carefully. This phone was hers. Hers. Not Don's, and not Martin's. Hers. Ivy's thoughts swelled in her throat. Lydia hurried to wrap Ivy in her arms, and willingly, Ivy sank into them. She had no strength left. Fighting her feelings was no longer working. Lydia patted Ivy's hair as Emily scooted closer and laid her head on Lydia's knee. Freeing a hand from the older girl, Lydia soothed the younger one. She'd lost Christmas with her baby girl. Instead, the Lord sent her 2 surrogate teenage daughters and an infant. She was determined to befriend and mother them as much as they allowed, for as long as they wanted. Scout gurgled and cried in her sleep. "Oops, it's time for Scout's dinner, too," Ivy said. Strong and solidifying, Ivy shook the sadness off and stood, like a true mother, ready to tend to her child. Lydia was proud of Ivy's dedication. At 19, Lydia had found mothering Joan a gift. It was a talent that tired her out and took every single ounce of her strength. 3 years younger than Lydia had been, with a lifetime of trauma and abuse filling those years, Ivy still set it all aside and put her baby before herself. This girl would make it. She would succeed and be a blessing to the world. God claimed her, led her, and sheltered her along the way. Lydia would help as much as she could, but Ivy was the Lord's masterpiece, and all the credit was his. After nursing the baby, Ivy opened Scout's stocking. She showed the baby every pacifier, receiving blanket and bib. Scout snuggled into Ivy's arms, more comfortable luxuriating in the smell of her mother's skin than in her bassinet. She remained oblivious to the excitement, happy to be back with her mom. Late Christmas night, as Emily slept bundled on the couch, Ivy crept up the stairs to Lydia's room. The exhausted woman was not asleep. Propped up with pillows behind her back and her worn Bible in her hands, she also wasn't startled to see Ivy's shadow creep across her duvet. She finished her thought and saved her place with a bright pink post-it. "You need something, hon?" she asked, patting the spot beside her on the bed. Ivy sat down without making eye contact. She swallowed, forcing down the knot in her throat and urging the words to come.
"I want to apologize."
Ivy's voice cracked with each syllable. Her confession might cost her the comfy guest room and perhaps even her daughter. She had to do the right thing. Her conscience wouldn't let her sleep until she did. Her relationship with Lydia could never be one of closeness and trust without it.
"I stole your purse. It's my fault you didn't make it to Africa."
Ivy dropped her head in her hands and rattled with tears.
"I didn't mean to. I didn't know it was yours. I just needed the money."
Lydia didn't reach out to touch Ivy. She didn't want to interfere with the girl's speech until Ivy was ready.
"After I went to see Martin,"
Ivy continued, breathing to calm herself,
"he came to Honeypot to find me. He hurt me and Scout."
She tried to stop up the sobbing before it started.
"I woke up the next morning."
"Bleeding?" Lydia guessed, and Ivy sniffed affirmation. "On the sleeping bag?"
"I noticed the church was open and snuck inside to get warm and cleaned up. I saw the purse sitting there. I took the money and left your purse behind."
"What did you need the money for, other than food and stuff?"
"First, I went to see the doctor to make sure Scout was all right."
Ivy rubbed her empty belly, a lingering reflex.
"I took the bus. I was worried I might pass out. At least on the bus, if I blacked out, I wouldn't crash. But after the ultrasound, I heard the doctor calling someone. I thought he was turning me in. Emily told me about girls caught pregnant without families, how they never get to meet their babies or how they're forced to abort them. So I just left and hid until the next bus ride back."
It was Lydia who squalled first. Ivy ignored her and continued her story.
"When I got back, they'd taken Miss Lana's car. I didn't know what else to do. Something was happening at the church, so I hid there. No one found me."
"You lived there?" Lydia asked.
"It was warm, and there was usually something to eat in the kitchen. I couldn't get in touch with Emily or anyone. Martin had taken my cell. So I stayed in the attic until the night Scout came."
She shifted, shivering. Lydia offered a corner of her bedspread.
"Your friend was there. She was pacing in the sanctuary. I was still too frightened to ask for help. So I snuck into her purse and took her phone. I called for a ride to go to the hospital, but it never came."
Lydia's eyebrows rose.
"Right after, it started to hurt too much to talk. I wasn't sure what your friend would do. I called you, but you didn't answer, and then I noticed your friend praying, and I hurried back up to the attic. Scout was born soon afterward."
Lydia added up details in her mind. "You cleaned up the building later, didn't you?" Ivy nodded.
"I washed in the baptismal. Then I bleached it out. I was carrying the towels to the dumpster when Kat showed up and found Scout. I was so weak and confused. I walked to the library and hid in the bathroom, waiting out the police."
They never left. They shut down the building. Lydia pictured the young mother distraught, over-weary and undernourished, wandering the cold streets of Honey Pot.
I lived in the library until I couldn't bear it any longer and walked to the Christmas event.
She dropped down, fitful and fearful.
I'm so sorry. I used some of your money. Then Martin sent his friend down and he took the rest. I'm so sorry to ruin your vacation.
Lydia sniffled as Ivy wailed. Ivy, you're much more important than any vacation. You and Scout both. She petted the girl's faded turquoise hair until Ivy cried herself to sleep. Chapter 18. The usual New Year's Eve party at the Millers moved to the Everetts. Lydia and Ivy could attend, and Scout didn't have to go out in the frigid weather. Kat and Flora brought snacks. Hobo Joe dropped off fudge and the carafes of fresh coffee before heading to the senior center. There he put on a guitar show for the seniors' supper. The week before, Emily peppered Lydia with inquisitive phone calls. She'd call and check on the baby, then she'd ring and ask about Ivy. Eventually, she talked to Lydia. She spent hours asking hard questions about Jesus, questions that every believer has to face. Lydia didn't have to doubt that God was at work in the girl's heart. Even as her mother failed her 6-month inspection and the odds of their reuniting was slung backward, Emily responded with deep, earnest questions about her Heavenly Father. She was angry at him, which was obvious. But to be angry at anyone first, she had to assume that person existed. Lydia hoped it was a step in the right direction and prayed all the more for Emily. When she arrived at the party, Emily hugged Lydia and skipped off to find Ivy. The ladies of the community, the Bailey Family Fellowship Church, and the Pottersville Church of Christ hosted a baby shower of gigantic proportions. Some women attended for the novelty of seeing the Honey Pot Christmas baby, but most came to encourage the young mother. Ms. Jackie showed up, eyeing the true thief of her precious handmade quilts. She brought with her 2 brand-new blankets made for the girls. The woman sweet-talked Scout, draping her in a precious woodland creature quilt. Her hardened down-to-business expression loosened, and her eyes twinkled when she rocked the newborn baby. Ivy gushed over the quilts and apologized for absconding with the previous ones.
I don't think I would have survived without your lovely quilts,
she said, meaning it, and making Ms. Jackie blush with pride. Kat loved seeing the gentle side of the BFF pillar. The community lavished gifts on both girl and baby. Each store offered gift certificates and goods. Each church brought meals and baby supplies. The whole town came together celebrating their newest citizen. Overwhelmed, Ivy spent most of New Year's Eve resting with or nursing Scout. She did, however, make time to read and sign the family contract. The rules were plain and lightweight. No boys, and no leaving without notice and explanation. Continuing school was a must. Going to at least one church service a week, no matter what Honey Pot congregation, was a house rule. Also, Ivy had to attend 2 counseling sessions a week. The first was a private session with Mr. Mike, and the second, a group session for kids without parents. Ivy worried over her decision. She feared living to regret it. But she had dreamt of a house that had the possibility of becoming a home. The Everett house was a surprising option, and a liberating one. She prayed and prayed over her choice, and signed the paper with a thankful heart. Ivy slipped it on top of Lydia's pillow. It awaited discovery. Gus not only brought Emily to the party, but he also brought news. While enduring questioning, Ben's lawyer suggested he turn on his business partner, and thus save himself. Ben took the advice with gusto. He detailed every exchange he made with Martin. He gave the names of every girl the pair had harassed or hired. Ben even told officers where to find Martin's account book and contact list. Martin traveled straight from the hospital to jail. His trial was due in court in late February. Ivy volunteered to testify against him, and she convinced 2 other girls to join her. Tammy from the restaurant visited Lydia and met Ivy. She, too, would give the small amount of information she had to stop other girls from being hurt. Tammy's mother was proud of her daughter. After prayerful consideration, Ida moved her family in with her sister and Baker. She regretted her sweet girl had come so close to being used, all in the name of helping her mother. Working only one job allowed Ida to pay more attention to both her growing daughter and son. It cost the family their apartment, but giving up her independence for the safety of her children was a happy exchange for Ida. Plus, it thrilled Tammy. As the party bloomed, Kat set out the food and treats. She sported her newest blue boot. Kat staggered and swayed, but that was much better than hobbling about on crutches. Sam and Jess rushed around the house with Eden, Ever, and Eloise, playing with their sacrifice toys while keeping their joyful secret. Kevin was unable to keep his hands away from Flora's belly. Now, in her 14th week, most of the worry over the coming baby had passed. He still asked his wife to take it easy. He took over laundry duty, afraid of making his wife bend and carry things up and down the stairs. Flora tried to help him relax, all while enjoying his delight and dedication. He wrapped his arms around her belly and kissed her forehead every time he was near her. At midnight, honeypot time, Ethan rang the house. "It's 8 a.m. tomorrow there," Lydia explained. He was calling to announce that he was coming home early. Joan was doing great, and though his visit bonded them together, he was in her way. The young woman needed space to accomplish her goals. Lydia knew Ethan missed his wife and wanted to be part of the new happenings in the couple's home. Joan came on the line and wished her mother a happy new year. "I'm so proud of you, Mom. Many of the girls here are in Ivy's situation. They would love to have a friend like you." "Well, they've got you," Lydia bragged and boasted over her missionary daughter. "Yeah, except I thought I had to go half a world away to help someone. You found someone to help right there at home. In fact, you helped a whole group of girls you might never meet. You helped set them free. I'm proud of you, Mom."
"I'm very proud of you, too,"
Ethan added. Joan blew her mother a kiss and left her parents to say goodbye. "She's such a wonderful kid," Lydia gushed.
"Yup, and I know where she gets it. I'll see you in a couple of weeks and can't wait to help you in your mission."
"I'm no missionary."
"No, you're my hot honeypot hometown missionary."
He winked at her. She reddened with embarrassment.
"And don't think I've forgotten about the surprise in my luggage."
Africa hadn't calmed Ethan's resurfacing teenage spirit. Lydia smiled to herself after closing the laptop. He will need all the energy he can get, she thought, counting on one hand the hours she'd slept in the last 2 days. But not for the reasons he thinks. Lydia looked around at her house. It was bursting with friends and family. The baby monitor crackled as Scout woke up startled by countdown cries and noisemakers. "I'll get her," Lydia volunteered. Ivy smiled her consent and gratitude. Lydia trekked up the stairs, pleased and privileged to participate in the new adventures God prepared for her. Who knows what will happen next? Want to see what happens in Honeypot after the snow melts? Read Lethal in Lavender.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I wrote the book you just listened to. I hope you enjoyed spending time in Honeypot. I love hanging out in Honeypot. Lydia, Kat, Flora, and Ivy are some of my favorite imaginary friends. I hope they became your friends as well. This book and this entire series was kind of a love letter to my homeschooling community who is lifting me up daily and bringing me before God and cheering me on. And I really love them. But this book in particular was dedicated to my mom, who raised me on faith and mysteries. And yeah, she's probably the reason that I had the courage to write this in the first place. If you enjoyed your time here, you might want to consider subscribing to this channel where you can see all the behind the scenes of my writer life and my homeschooling life, and maybe even subscribe to my newsletter so you can catch the deals and the launch parties and all the fun things that I do behind the scenes. I'd really love to have you there. Give this video a like, maybe leave a comment letting me know who your favorite honeypot mom was and why. I do my best to read them all and to get back to you. Until next time, God bless. Bye.